Hey there, friends. I'm so glad you're here. Today, I'm diving into a tale that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Have you ever driven down a street you thought you knew, only to find it completely gone? Or wandered into a forest that seemed to change around you? Get ready for a journey through strange places and eerie happenings that will make you question everything you thought you knew. And before we jump in, I have something special just for you. Click the link in the description below to learn more about a dietary supplement that can boost your energy and focus. Perfect for those long adventures. Now, let's get started on this thrilling ride. Don't forget to subscribe and let me know in the comments where you're listening from. I can't wait to hear from you. I had always loved driving down that old street. It was a quiet, familiar path lined with tall trees and cozy houses that felt like home. But one day, as I turned onto the street, I felt a chill run down my spine. The street was gone. In its place was nothing but an empty field, stretching endlessly in every direction. I blinked, thinking it was just my imagination, but when I looked again, the houses I had known for years had vanished. I parked my car, my heart racing. I stepped out and walked into the field, calling out for anyone who might be nearby. Hello? Is anyone there? But there was only silence. The air felt heavy, like a thick fog was wrapping around me. I turned around, hoping to find the street behind me, but it was still just an empty field. Panic started to creep in. How could a whole street just disappear? I pulled out my phone to call someone, anyone, but there was no signal. It was as if the world had decided to erase this place from existence. I felt a strange pull, like something was watching me from the shadows of the trees that surrounded the field. I started to walk back to my car, but the ground beneath me felt different. The grass was taller, the dirt softer. It was as if the earth itself was shifting. I turned to look back at the field, and that's when I saw it, a flicker of movement at the edge of the trees. My heart raced as I stepped closer, curiosity battling with fear. Suddenly, the trees began to twist and bend, their branches reaching out like fingers. I stumbled back, realizing that this was no ordinary forest. It was alive, shifting and changing, trying to trap me deeper inside. I turned to run, but the path I had taken was gone. The trees closed in around me, their leaves rustling like whispers, taunting me. I ran and ran, my breath coming in quick gasps. The forest seemed to shift with every step, creating new paths and obstacles. I could hear strange sounds, like laughter, but twisted and dark. It echoed around me, making my skin crawl. I felt like I was being watched, hunted by something unseen. As night fell, the shadows grew longer, and the forest became a maze of darkness. I stumbled upon a clearing, but the trees seemed to close in behind me. In that moment, I realized I was not just lost in the woods. I was trapped in a world that didn't want me to escape. Each time I thought I found a way out, the forest would change, leading me deeper into its heart. I could feel the weight of despair pressing down on me, and I began to question my own sanity. Was this real? Was I slipping into a parallel dimension, or had I simply lost my mind? The night stretched on, and I could see glowing eyes watching me from the darkness. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. I was alone, surrounded by a forest that was alive and hungry. Just when I thought I couldn't go on, I spotted a flicker of light in the distance. Hope surged through me as I stumbled toward it, only to find it was a reflection of the moon on a small pond. I knelt by the water, my reflection staring back at me, but it didn't look like me anymore. The face was twisted, eyes wide with fear, and I realized that I had changed too. The forest was not just a place. It was a living nightmare, and I was becoming a part of it. The trees whispered secrets I couldn't understand, and the shadows danced around me, pulling me deeper into their embrace. I felt the darkness close in, and I knew I had to escape before it consumed me completely. But as I turned to run, I heard the laughter again, echoing in the trees. It was mocking me, taunting me with every step I took. I was lost not just in the forest, but in a reality that was slipping away. I turned to run, and the laughter echoed in the trees. It was a sharp, eerie sound that cut through the silence like a knife, making my heart pound in my chest. Each step felt heavier, as if the ground was trying to hold me back. The trees loomed above me, their twisted branches reaching out like clawing fingers, and I could feel their eyes on me. I tried to escape the laughter, but it surrounded me, bouncing off the bark and whispering things I couldn't understand. The air was thick and heavy, pressing down on me, making it hard to breathe. As I sprinted through the dark forest, the shadows began to shift and change. I swore I could see shapes moving just beyond my vision, slinking away whenever I glanced in their direction. I stumbled over roots and rocks, nearly falling several times, but every time I almost hit the ground, I felt a strange rush of cold air lift me, as though something unseen was guiding me. It made me feel even more out of control, like I was not alone after all. Suddenly, the laughter stopped. The silence that fell around me was deafening and suffocating. I paused, ears straining for any sound, but there was nothing. It was like the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something. I glanced around, my instinct screaming that I should keep moving, but all I could see were the towering trees, their gnarled shapes creating a wall of darkness. That's when I noticed something at the edge of my vision. A flicker of light, distant and dim, flickering like a candle in the wind. I should have known better. I should have run in the opposite direction. But something pulled me in. It was a little spark of hope in this endless nightmare, a chance to escape. I moved toward the light, the ground shifting beneath me. It felt like an unseen force was pushing against me, urging me to turn back, to stay where it was safe. But I couldn't stop. I had to find out what it was. The closer I got, the more the light began to change. It shifted colors from gold to sickly green, casting strange shadows across the ground. The laughter rose again, this time sounding more like a chorus of whispers, each voice distinct but all filled with malice. I felt a chill travel down my spine, as if cold fingers were trailing along my back. Then, I stepped into a clearing and was faced with a small, flickering bonfire in the center. The flames danced wildly, sending sparks into the air, but the light was wrong. Too bright, too hot, and yet the area around it felt frigid. Shadows flitted around the edges, and I felt many eyes on me. "Welcome," a voice hissed, low and serpentine, wrapping around my mind. I looked around, but there was no one there. The voice was inside my head, making me shiver. The fire crackled, illuminating the surrounding darkness just enough to reveal faces watching from the trees, their features indistinct yet full of hunger. I stumbled back, feeling trapped again. The trees seemed to close in, and I was surrounded by a circle of darkness. The laughter returned, louder this time, as if the very ground beneath me was mocking me. I could almost see their faces in the flicker of the flames, creatures twisted and deformed, with hollow eyes and twisted smiles. "No, stay away," I shouted, and the laughter turned into a cacophony of wails, echoing through the forest. The fire continued to burn, and I felt pulled toward it again, as if it was calling for me to step closer. The connection I felt was terrifying, a dark energy drawing me in deeper. In a moment of clarity, I realized that this was no ordinary fire. It was a trap, a way to gather lost souls like mine, to feed on our fear and despair. I backtracked, fighting the urge to step closer. But the further I stepped back, the more desperate the whispers became, rising in intensity, trying to drown out my thoughts. I turned and ran blindly through the darkness, my legs pumping hard beneath me. The forest twisted and turned, leading me on a path that felt unreal. The branches grabbed at my clothes, pulling me back as I fought my way through. Every time I thought I found an opening, it morphed before my eyes, closing off any escape. Then, without warning, the ground dropped out from under me. I fell into a pit, landing hard on the cold, damp ground. My breath knocked out of me. I lay there for a moment, disoriented. Above me, I could see the dim glow of the forest and the haunting glow of the bonfire above receding into the distance. Struggling to my feet, I looked around. The walls of this pit were damp and slimy, ooze dripping down like something alive. It was dark, but I could see something shining on the ground far ahead. I stumbled toward the light, pushing through the mud and fear. Each step felt heavier, like a weight pulling me down, trying to drag me back into the depths of despair. As I got closer, the light flickered to life, revealing a strange crystal formation jutting from the ground. It pulsed with a strange energy, casting a soft glow that illuminated the darkness. Tentatively, I reached out toward it, drawn in by its allure. But as my fingers brushed the surface, the whispers swelled, 1,000 voices screaming in anguish. They flooded my mind, visions flashing before me. Lost souls, trapped forever, their faces twisted in pain, forever grasping for freedom. No! I pulled my hand back just in time. The floor shook beneath me, and I heard a low growl emerging from the depths of the pit. It was a sound filled with hunger, something so primal and terrifying that I felt the blood drain from my face. It was getting closer, something living in the dark, something very hungry. I had to escape. I turned toward the walls, clawing my way up the slick surface, pushing against the mud and panic. Dark, slithering forms began to emerge from the shadows, creeping toward me, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light. With each inch I climbed, those creatures loomed larger, twisting and wriggling like nightmares made flesh. Reaching for the edge of the pit, I could feel claws and rough skin brushing my ankles, coiling around my feet. In a burst of adrenaline, I kicked and clawed my way out, feeling the earth give way as I pulled myself up. But as soon as I broke the surface, I was met with a sight that froze me in place. The forest had changed again. The trees were now dark silhouettes, tall and leaning in on me like they were alive. The laughter was back too. It was louder, echoing in my ears. I was in a different part of the forest now, one I didn't recognize. I stumbled forward, heart racing, and realized I was back where it all began, near where the old street used to be. But this was wrong. There was something sinister in the air. The ground was pulsating beneath my feet, the whispers returning, filling my mind with fear and confusion. As I looked around, trying to find a way out, I suddenly felt a cold wind rushing through the trees. It swirled around me, wrapping tighter and tighter, like a serpent ready to strike. I turned to run but froze as I caught sight of a shadow moving towards me from the corner of my eye. It was there, just behind one of the gnarled trees. I could see a face twisted in agony and rage, mouth stretching into a wide, hungry grin. The creature lunged forward, and I ran, feeling the ground shift beneath me again, each step echoing louder than the last. I ran, feeling the air grow colder with every breath. The eerie laughter followed me, echoing through the trees as if the shadows themselves were mocking my desperation. I darted down a narrow path, branches clawing at my arms as if trying to hold me back, prevent me from escaping whatever horror lurked behind me. The forest twisted and turned, every corner revealing deeper darkness. The trees felt alive, their gnarled roots reaching out, trying to trip me up as I stumbled forward. I heard whispers again, low and slithering, wrapping around my mind. It felt like they were urging me to stop, to give in to the darkness that surrounded me. But I couldn't. I pushed onward, my heart pounding so loudly I thought it would burst from my chest. Suddenly, I came across a small clearing, the ground soft and damp beneath me. The moonlight filtered through the branches, casting strange shadows that danced wildly as I paused to catch my breath. I looked around, searching for something, anything that might give me a clue about where I was. That's when I noticed something in the center of the clearing. A stone altar covered in dark moss and surrounded by strange symbols carved into the ground. With a mix of curiosity and fear, I approached the altar. Something urged me closer, as if the air crackled with power. As I reached out to touch the cold stone, a shocking jolt of energy surged through my fingers, and I yanked my hand back with a gasp. The otherworldly whispers grew louder, swirling around me, whispering secrets I couldn't comprehend, begging me to understand. Then, a figure appeared in the shadows, emerging from the trees. It was tall and thin, wearing a cloak that barely hid its skeletal frame. The face was obscured, but I could see its eyes glinting in the darkness. Cold, empty voids that seemed to drink in the moonlight. "Welcome to my domain," the figure hissed, its voice a slithering echo that chilled me to my core. It stepped closer, revealing a mouth filled with sharp, jagged teeth that gleamed with malice. "You've wandered far from home, haven't you?" My heart raced, and I felt the urge to run again, but my legs wouldn't move. I was caught, trapped in its gaze. "You seek the way out of this forest," it continued, stepping closer, towering over me. "But there is no way out. You are here with me now, and you will never leave." I took a step back, an instinctive reaction, but the figure reached out, its long, bony fingers brushing my skin. A chill ran through me as the whispers filled my mind, a cacophony of voices clamoring for my attention. I could feel the weight of their despair, the torment of those who had come before me, the souls forever trapped in this twisted reality. "What do you want?" I managed to gasp, my voice barely a whisper against the pressing darkness. "Your fear feeds me," it replied, a smile creeping across its twisted features. "Embrace it, let it consume you, and you will join the others." In that moment, a rush of adrenaline surged through me, breaking the spell it had over me. I turned and bolted back into the trees. The laughter returned, louder and more chaotic, echoing all around me. I could feel the darkness reaching out, trying to snatch me back, but I refused to let it win. I ran without direction, branches and roots clawing at me as I stumbled. The forest seemed determined to keep me here, to trap me in its web of shadows. I caught glimpses of movement in the corners of my vision, figures darting between the trees, their faces twisted and wrong, watching me with hungry eyes. Just when I thought I might find a way out, I tripped on a root and fell, the ground rushing up to meet me. I landed hard, pain shooting through my body. As I lay there, gasping for breath, I could hear the whispering draw closer, a chorus of long-forgotten souls crying out my name. Desperate, I pushed myself to my feet again, ignoring the pain. My heart raced as I stumbled forward, the branches whipping in my face like angry spirits. I had to escape. I had to find a way home. Then I spotted it. A narrow gap between two massive trees, the moonlight spilling through like a beacon of hope. I didn't hesitate. I rushed toward it, pushing through the branches and underbrush, feeling the darkness pulling at me, trying to drag me back into the shadows. As I squeezed through, I felt a rush of cold air whip around me, chilling me to the bone. I was out, I thought, glancing back at the trees that seemed to loom like sentinels, watching me go. But the moment I caught my breath, I heard it, the laughter, echoing once again, sending shivers down my spine. It was everywhere, surrounding me like a suffocating blanket. The path before me twisted and turned, the night growing thicker with each step. I looked ahead, and panic washed over me when I realized I was back at the altar. "Welcome back," the figure said with a disdainful grin, its voice dripping with mockery. "No!" I screamed, turning to run again, but the darkness surged forward, swallowing the light behind me. The ground trembled as more shadows danced around, their fingers grasping at my legs. I felt them pulling me down, trying to drag me into the earth itself. I fought back, struggling against the grip of the shadows, but they tightened like a vice. The laughter grew louder, louder until it became a deafening roar. My heart raced as I looked around, desperate to find an escape, but no matter where I turned, those dark forms loomed closer, eager to snatch me away. In sheer panic, I remembered the glowing crystal I had seen earlier in the pit. Perhaps it held the power to help me escape. Summoning all my strength, I wrenched free from the shadowy clutches, sprinting back to the altar. The figure raised an arm, its mouth opening wide, ready to unleash a wave of terror. But I dashed past it, ignoring the cold breeze that whispered my name. I reached the edge of the clearing and saw the crystal pulsing softly in the moonlight, vibrant and alive. Without thinking, I grasped the crystal tightly in my hands, feeling its warmth seep into my skin. The shadows recoiled, wailing in fury as the crystal glowed brighter, radiating an intense light that pushed back the darkness. I could feel the energy flowing through me, filling me with hope and strength. But the creature wouldn't give up easily. It surged forward, its skeletal hands reaching out to grab me, fingers stretching impossibly long. I felt the cold grip close in around my wrist, and I fought with every ounce of energy I had left. "No!" I screamed, holding the crystal up like a shield, feeling its power surge with my fear. As the creature lunged, the light from the crystal exploded, blinding me for a split second. It pushed the figure back, causing it to shriek in agony. Suddenly, the world around me began to distort, the shadows flaring brightly before collapsing into nothingness. My body felt weightless, like I was being pulled apart and then pushed back together. I squeezed my eyes shut, holding the crystal tighter. When I opened them again, I was standing on the deserted street where my journey began. The houses were still gone, but the haunting presence had vanished. I dropped to my knees, breathless and shaking, the crystal still glowing in my hand. I looked around, trying to understand what had just happened. Had I escaped? Was I truly free? But in the back of my mind, I could still hear the laughter, fading like an echo, a chilling reminder that even though I had escaped this nightmare, the darkness would always be lurking, waiting for the moment I let my guard down. My heart raced with fear and adrenaline, knowing this was far from over. I took a deep breath, glancing around the emptiness, realizing I had to find a way back. My home was somewhere out there, and I would not stop until I found it. Yet as I rose to my feet, I couldn't shake the feeling that the forest was still watching from the shadows, waiting for me to return. As I stood there, heart racing and breathless, I couldn't shake the feeling of dread creeping up my spine. The air was heavy, thick with a darkness that seemed to wrap around me, clinging to my skin like damp fog. I lifted the glowing crystal, its light pulsating slightly in my hand, illuminating the area around me. Shadows flickered in the corners of my vision, darting just beyond the edge of the light as though the darkness itself was watching, waiting for the right moment to pounce. With each passing second, I felt more anxious. I knew I couldn't linger here too long. I needed to find my way back, but the familiar streets now seemed eerily foreign, stretched and surreal. I hesitated, glancing back toward the forest, feeling an inexplicable pull towards its depths. Something was calling me, whispering promises of understanding if I came closer. But the memory of the laughter, the horrors hidden within the trees, pushed me onward. I took a deep breath and set off, my footsteps echoing eerily on the cracked pavement. The light from the crystal threw strange shadows, and the world around me felt alive, as if the very shadows were reaching out, yearning to be a part of me. I walked for what felt like hours, but all the houses were empty, their windows dark and lifeless. I could barely see the outlines of once familiar structures, now stirring with an unsettling energy. An abandoned playground came into view, creaking eerily in the wind. The swings swayed back and forth, though there was no wind strong enough to push them. The sight filled me with a mix of nostalgia and dread, memories of laughter from when I was a child mingling with the ghosts of this place. As I stepped closer, my foot crunched on something beneath the overgrown grass. I looked down to see fragments of broken toys, dull and faded, their colorful paint chipped and peeling away. A chill ran through me. What happened here? I whispered to myself, my voice barely rising above the whispering wind. Then it hit me, a flash of images from the forest, the eyes watching from the shadows. The laughter echoing in my ears, the chilling welcome of that skeletal figure. I shivered and picked up my pace, urgency pushing me deeper into this strange reality. Just when I thought I might find light at the end of this twisted path, I stumbled upon something unexpected. A clearing again, but this one felt different. The air crackled with energy, the ground pulsing beneath my feet. In the center stood a well, ancient and foreboding. Thick vines crawled up its sides, twisting like fingers around the stone. The well exuded a sense of importance, as if it had long been a portal between worlds, a gateway to things not meant for human eyes. A strange urge washed over me, a curiosity mixed with fear. I stepped closer, peering down into the darkness within. The air was heavy and thick with a damp, earthy smell. I leaned over, straining to see, but the blackness swallowed any light that dared venture down. Then softly I heard it, a whisper, barely audible, curling around my thoughts. "Help us!" I jerked back, heart racing. It was a voice, soft and pleading, filled with a sorrow that could twist the very fabric of reality. "Who are you?" I shouted into the void, but only silence replied. The whispers grew louder, a chorus rising from the depths of the well. Faces flashed before my mind, visions of anguish and despair, eyes wide with terror and pain. I stumbled backward, realizing these were the souls trapped in the darkness, perhaps lost during their own fateful journeys. "They are waiting for you," a voice said, smooth and silky, interrupting my thoughts. I turned to see the figure from the forest leaning against a tree, its eyes glinting like stars in the night. "Join them. You're already part of this world, whether you fully understand it or not." "No!" I screamed, raising the crystal in defense. Its soft light pulsed brightly, casting shadows that danced away from my body. "I won't let you take me." "Take you," it scoffed, voice dripping with malice. "You misunderstand. You belong to the darkness now. You've tasted it, and it has tasted you. You think a little light can protect you?" With a wave of its hand, the wind grew violent, swirling around me, pulling at my clothes and hair. I stumbled, trying to keep my balance, but the force was too strong. The well seemed to call to me, promising safety in its depths, whispering sweet lies that echoed in my mind. The shadows thickened, surrounding me, pressing against my skin like ice water. I could feel them whispering my name, tendrils of darkness curling around me, making me doubt everything I held dear. "Feel the freedom of surrender," the figure crooned, stepping closer. "Embrace the darkness, and I will show you wonders beyond your imagination. You can leave this world behind, escape the mundane." But deep down inside, I felt the fire of resistance flaring, a flicker of hope igniting in my chest. I had fought too hard to let it end like this. I focused on the crystal, feeling its warmth spread through my fingers, infusing me with determination. "No!" I shouted again, forcing myself to stand tall, the light growing brighter at my command. The shadows shrank back, the figure's expression morphing into one of fury and disbelief. In a moment of clarity, I turned and ran, but this time it was not just away from the figure or the well. I was running toward the light of the city, the place where I belonged, refusing to let this darkness consume me any longer. The laughter followed, echoing in my ears, threatening to drown out my thoughts, but I pushed it away, focusing on each step, on escaping the endless night. The trees blurred as I sprinted past, their twisted shapes reaching out one last time, desperate to claim me. But I was breaking free. As I neared the edge of the clearing, I gasped when I saw a glimmer of light ahead, a street lamp flickering to life on the desolate road. I rushed toward it, the glow vibrating through my very being. If I could just reach it, I could break free from this nightmare. With one last burst of speed, I broke through the trees, the warmth of the lamp washing over me. I inhaled deeply, relief surging through my veins as I stepped into the light. For a fleeting moment, everything seemed safe again, normal. I turned back, expecting to see the figure or hear the laughter, but there was only darkness behind me, quiet and still. My heart slowed as I let out a shaky breath, feeling the warmth of the streetlight warding off the chill of unexplained terror. But then, from the corner of my eye, I caught sight of movement. The shadows near the forest seemed to ripple, morphing into shapes that drifted just beyond the light. My skin prickled, and I turned fully, dread pooling in my stomach. I backed away slowly, every instinct screaming at me to run, but freezing in place as the shadowy figures emerged, taking form under the glow of the street lamp. They were humanoid, their features twisted and grotesque, eyes glowing with that same hungry light I had seen before. I didn't understand how this was possible. I thought I was safe. "Don't be afraid," one whispered, its voice hauntingly familiar. "We just come to play?" I recognized this voice. It was the same echo that had haunted the forest. Before I could think, they surged forward, shadows stretching toward me. I raised the crystal instinctively, feeling its heat flowing through me again. Light erupted from it, filling the air with a blinding brilliance, forcing the figures back, but they hissed and writhed in response, shadows dancing like flame around the edges of the light. "Join us," they pleaded, their voices a chilling symphony of temptation and despair. "You can't escape. You belong to the darkness now and forever." The air thickened with their promises, the sweet echo drawing nearer. I gasped, feeling their power pressing against me. But within me burned a fierce refusal to give in. "No!" I cried. "You're wrong!" With every ounce of strength, I aimed the crystal at them, unleashing a wave of light that pulsed forward, illuminating everything around me. The shadows screeched, retreating as the brilliance cut through their form. The street lamp flickered once, twice, as if struggling to hold its ground against the darkness. I pressed on, pouring my heart into the crystal, feeling the energy surge through me like never before. The light expanded, enveloping me in a protective sphere, pushing the shadows farther back. For the first time, I could see their faces clearly. They were wretched, twisted reflections of who they might have been. People lost to fear and despair, forever trapped in longing. "Help us," they cried. "You can't leave us behind." As the light grew more intense, I felt a rush of empathy for them, realizing that they were not just monsters. They were victims of this place, trapped by their own darkness. I hesitated, the compassion unspooling in my chest. Was there a way to save them? But even as I thought it, I could feel the shadows pushing harder against the light, hungry to reclaim their lost souls. Suddenly, the ground beneath me trembled violently. The street lamp sputtered and flickered, and I knew I had to make a choice. I screamed, letting the light surge forward, hoping to banish the shadows once and for all, praying for strength, for freedom, not just for myself, but for every soul lost to this darkness. In that moment, all the fear, doubt, and despair coalesced into one powerful emotion: determination. The light exploded outward, filling the clearing, pushing against the encroaching shadows in a wave of brilliance. The cries of despair transformed into wails of agony as the darkness collided with the light, wrestling against it. But the light pushed harder, consuming everything. Then, in a shattering instant, there was silence. I stood alone in the pale light, breath hitching in my throat as I felt the last tendrils of darkness dissolve into the thin air. The warmth of the crystal surged through me, leaving a gentle calm that washed away the fear that had gripped every part of me. But just as quickly as the tranquility arrived, the chill began to creep back into the edges of my heart. The shadows may have retreated, but they would never truly vanish. This place was etched into my mind, and I could feel the remnants of despair trying to cling to me. I looked around cautiously, scanning the now quiet street. Nothing remained, no echoes, no whispering voices, only the oppressive silence of the night. But as I took a deep breath, the realization settled in. The darkness would always be lurking just out of reach, ready to pounce if I let my guard down. I could never truly escape it, but I could remember the power of the light, the strength I had found in myself. With that thought anchoring me, I turned away from the clearing, stepping back into the world I recognized, ready to face whatever came next. This battle wasn't over. It had only just begun. And as I walked away from the haunted remnants of the forest, I could still hear the faint whispers drifting on the wind, a reminder that I was never truly alone. I took a step away from the clearing, the echoes of the shadows still hanging in the air like a distant memory. My heart pounded heavily in my chest as I crossed back into the dimly lit streets. every creak and rustle making me jump. The stillness was unsettling, and I strained to listen for life, but only silence greeted my ears, wrapping around me like a cold blanket. I felt vulnerable, like I could be snatched back into that darkness at any moment. I quickened my pace, not wanting to linger where the shadows could conspire. But as I walked, a strange feeling washed over me, the kind of unease that prickles at the back of your neck. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see the twisted figures from the forest creeping closer. Instead, all I saw were empty streets stretching out into the night, abandoned houses looming like hungry giants on either side. Out of nowhere, a chill swept through the air, making me shiver. I paused, sensing something shift in the atmosphere. The hairs on my arms stood on end. Without thinking, I reached for the crystal, clutching it tightly, its warmth grounding me even as it pulsed with energy. And then it came, a low whisper, gliding through the air with an unsettling familiarity. "Come back!" I froze, heart racing as that haunting voice slithered into my mind. It wasn't just the wind. It felt alive, resonating with memories of my previous encounter, echoing my worst fears. I turned toward the direction it came from, the abandoned playground. Against my better judgment, I felt compelled to return. It was as if the place were calling out to me, begging for my attention. I tried to shake off the feeling, to turn and keep moving, but the urge was overwhelming, pulling me back with invisible strings. Stepping cautiously toward the playground, I felt the ground shift slightly beneath my feet, as if the earth itself was reacting to my presence. The swings creaked as though pushed by unseen hands, and the slide stood dark and forbidding, like a gaping mouth waiting to swallow me whole. I drew closer, coming to stand at the edge of the dilapidated setup. The air felt thick with anticipation, a hushed stillness that crackled with tension. A low droning sound began to emerge, a chorus of whispers swelling and ebbing like the tide, beckoning me, urging me to join them in their eternal game. "Come play with us?" A jolt of terror rippled through me, and I nearly turned to flee again when I spotted something glinting in the dirt beneath the swing set. I knelt down, curiosity battling with dread, and unearthed a small, tarnished locket. Its surface was cold and covered in grime, the clasp barely hanging on. As I opened it, I found a faded photograph inside. Two children, their faces grinning widely, eyes filled with a light I now found haunting. The moment I saw them, the whispers grew louder, swirling around me, wrapping me in their collective yearning. "We're still here." Suddenly, a shift in the air sent a shudder racing through my body. The laughter of the children turned dark and twisted, morphing into low shrieks, drowning out the innocence they once held. Shadows began to stretch across the ground, curling and twisting toward me like snakes eager to strike. I scrambled back, my heart thumping in my ears. The whispers changed, turning chaotic, filled with anger and confusion. "Leave! Why did you come back?" I held the locket tightly, feeling its weight as though it were a tether to a reality I didn't want to ignore. "I just wanted to help," I shouted back, my voice trembling against the rush of fear. But the shadows grew denser, crawling closer and closer, the laughter morphing into cries of anguish. They slammed against the edges of the light, furious and relentless. I could feel them surrounding me, their icy fingers brushing my skin as I fought to stand my ground. Then I noticed something, a faint glow shimmering at the base of the slide, pulsating softly like a heartbeat. It seemed to be crying out for me to come closer, a light dancing amidst the encroaching darkness. This beacon somehow felt familiar, almost like the crystal's warmth, but softer, inviting. Driven by instinct, I rushed toward it, abandoning the locket as I stumbled forward. I couldn't look back. I could feel the shadows tightening their grip, almost suffocating me. I dove toward the light, desperate to escape the clutches of despair that sought to drag me down. The moment I reached the radiance, a rush of energy engulfed me, sweeping me off my feet. The glow enveloped me, and suddenly, everything felt clearer. I was surrounded by the images of countless children, trapped just like me, all looking back with pleading eyes. "Help us, please," their voices echoed, resonating in harmony. I gasped, the light swirling around me, lifting me off the ground. I felt their hope crashing into me, igniting a fire within. These were lost souls, innocent, tormented, and I couldn't abandon them again. With a frantic yearning, I reached out toward them, connecting with their pleading spirits, their warmth coursing through me, guiding my thoughts. Together, we raised the crystal high, channeling that collective energy. The light burst forth, brighter and more vibrant than ever, momentarily blinding me. The shadows screeched, contorting and writhing against the brilliance, losing their form and malice. I focused hard, feeling the pain and sorrow in each spirit, and pushed back against the darkness enveloping us. This time, I wouldn't let it win. I would fight for their release, just as much as my own. The glow intensified, expanding outward in waves, growing stronger and stronger until it formed an ethereal barrier that swept the shadows away. I could feel the laughter turning back into joyful sounds, echoes of freedom swirling around me, the weight of despair lifting. "Thank you," they whispered, the shadows dissolving, the children's laughter surrounding me like a comforting embrace. But just as I thought I had prevailed, a sudden rush of darkness erupted from the depths of the playground, a figure materializing amidst the chaos, larger and more imposing than before. Its eyes were hollow pits of despair, an endless void that seemed to swallow all light. "No," it roared, voice powerful and echoing. "You cannot save them. They belong to me." I staggered back, fear seeping into every part of me. There was dread in its presence, an engulfing emptiness that threatened to consume my very soul. Yet within me, that spark of determination ignited again. The light in my hand glowed fiercely, illuminating the oppressive air. I wasn't done. Not yet. Not today. I yelled, summoning all the energy I could muster as I pointed the crystal toward the monstrous figure. The light blazed back at it, a stark contrast to the shadows surrounding it, a beacon of defiance against that relentless darkness. It lunged toward me, its hands outstretched and ready to snatch me away. But I stayed firm, channeling every ounce of energy, every bit of hope that I had left. "You will not claim me." The clash was electric, light and dark colliding in a fierce battle. Every pulse of the crystal was met with an echo of the figure's wrath, but the warmth surged through me, growing stronger, fueled by the memories of those lost souls around me. With one last push, I unleashed a wave of warmth that exploded outward, bathing everything in brilliant light. The figure screeched, a horrifying sound that clawed at my sanity, but I didn't waver. This was my moment. This was where I reclaimed my freedom. The light expanded, enveloping the figure, forcing it backward, unraveling it into tendrils of darkness that dissolved before my eyes. The air grew still as the echo of its screams faded away, replaced by a breath of peace that settled over the playground. The children's laughter returned, pure and joyful, filling the space with warmth. I collapsed to my knees, overwhelmed, the crystal now merely a dull, warm stone in my grasp. The brilliance faded, leaving nothing but a soft glow around me. "Thank you," came the echoes of countless voices, wrapping me in an embrace that felt both heartwarming and bittersweet. Yet, even as the joy enveloped me, a lingering dread settled in my gut. The darkness had been forced back, but I knew it would linger somewhere, always waiting for the next chance to reclaim what it lost. As I stood there, surrounded by gentle whispers, I realized this was only the beginning. I needed to find a way to protect myself and others like those lost souls. The forest, the shadows, and that haunting figure had taken too much already, and I wouldn't let them take another child. I rose back to my feet, feeling a sense of purpose surge within me. Together, I spoke to the whispers, determination lacing every word. "We will find a way to shield this world from their darkness. This is not over." With that thought anchoring me, I stepped away from the playground, ready to face the uncertainty ahead. I had no idea what awaited me, but as long as I held on to that light and the memories of those I fought for, I knew I could keep the darkness at bay, even if just for a little longer. As I walked away, I glanced back at the playground, a promise lingering in the air. And though the shadows may return, I wouldn't be alone in the fight. I would carry their hope with me, and one day, I would turn that hope into a lasting light. As I walked away from the playground, the whispers of gratitude still echoed in my ears, like a distant melody that faded into the cold night air. I felt a strange mixture of relief and dread. I thought I had left the darkness behind, but deep down, I knew it wasn't over. I could feel its cold fingers still lingering at the edges of my consciousness, just waiting for an opportunity to slip back in. Despite the soft glow of the crystal in my hand, shadows seemed to stretch longer and creep closer around me. The air grew thicker, and the once familiar streets began to feel foreign and foreboding. I quickened my pace, my heart pounding louder with each step. I couldn't shake the sensation that something was watching, lurking just out of sight in the darkened corners. Turning a corner, I found myself in an alleyway lined with ragged buildings. An uneasy silence enveloped me, broken only by the distant sound of dripping water. I hesitated, the hairs on my neck standing at attention. Why did it feel like the walls were closing in? Suddenly, a flash of movement caught my eye. I darted my gaze toward the end of the alley, but saw nothing. Just a flicker, like a shadow darting away, shifting behind the dumpsters. "Hello," I called out, my voice trembling as I peered into the darkness. "Is anyone there?" The only answer was the echo of my own words bouncing back to me. Just as I turned to leave, I heard a faint giggle, a soft, childlike sound that sent shivers spiraling down my spine. It wasn't a playful sound. It was laced with something sinister, echoing through the stillness like a taunt. I felt a cold sweat trickle down my back, my instincts screaming for me to run, but a part of me was rooted, too curious and terrified to move. Then came the whisper again, more distinct this time, a voice slipping through the darkness. "Stay and play, it'll be fun." The breath caught in my throat. I could hardly breathe. My legs felt like lead, but I couldn't resist the pull. I edged closer to the sound, and as I did, I saw something glinting in the dim light. An old, cracked doll laying face down in the grime, its porcelain skin shattered, one eye staring up at me in a grotesque grin. I bent down, picking it up with trembling fingers, and the moment I did, the air around me shifted. Shadows surged forward, swirling with increased intensity, and the giggles grew into a cacophony of childish laughter, twisting and echoing around me, growing louder until it felt suffocating. "Don't be afraid," the voices chanted in unison, a mix of sweet innocence twisted by something darker. "We just want to play." And then, suddenly, they were there, figures emerging from the shadows, their laughter intertwining like a spellbinding chant. Children, their faces pale and eyes hollow, stretching thin smiles across their lips. They reached for me, little hands outstretched, beckoning me closer. I stumbled back, my pulse racing as I realized the truth of their form. Their limbs twisted, angles too sharp, and their movements all wrong, like marionettes manipulated by unseen strings. The air thickened with malevolence, and the laughter morphed into something unsettling, filled with malice and desperation. "Join us," one cried, its voice high-pitched and chilling. "It's so fun here." I shook my head vehemently, the doll slipping from my grip and crashing to the ground where it shattered further, scattering pieces like stars across the pavement. The moment it broke, I felt the ground quake underfoot, as if the very earth was displeased by my choice. The laughter turned into screams, echoing in the darkened alley, the shadows swelling with fury. "You shouldn't have done that," they wailed as the darkness pressed in, suffocating and enveloping. The figures contorted and writhed, as if the very act of my defiance had unleashed some ancient curse. Suddenly, the alley started closing in on me, the walls shifting, creeping toward my body as if trying to squeeze all the air from my lungs. I turned and ran, the the sound of feet chasing me filling the dark behind. I could feel their fingers grazing my back, icy and relentless as I raced down the street, the lights flickering overhead as if they too were frightened by the commotion. As I reached the end of the alley, I burst into the main street, desperate for escape. But there, amidst the glow, stood a figure, like a shadow incarnate. It loomed tall and dark, blocking my path, eyes like smoldering embers piercing through the gloom. "Where do you think you're going?" it rasped, voice low and threatening. Each word slipped through the air like smoke, curling around me, paralyzing my feet to the ground. I opened my mouth to scream, but found no sound coming out. The darkness threatened to engulf me, wrapping around my ankles like chains, drawing me closer to this new terror. I didn't know what to do. The remaining flicker of hope was fading, and the shadows were closing in once more. But then I remembered the light, the warmth of the crystal still nestled tight in my palm. Summoning every ounce of courage, I grasped it tightly. "I won't let you take me," I shouted, my voice trembling but clear. "I choose to fight." With renewed determination, I raised the crystal, its surface glowing bright against the encroaching darkness. I felt the warmth surge through me, bright and fierce. The figure hesitated, darkness swirling yet more frantically. "No," screeched, distortion creeping into its voice, an ugly mask of rage. "You belong to us." And then it lunged forward, a dark blur moving with unnatural speed. In one fluid motion, I threw up my arm, invoking the crystal's power. A flash of radiant light erupted from it, illuminating the night in a brilliant explosion that pushed back the smothering darkness. The figure screamed, but the sound was lost in the brilliance. Shadows dripped away like melted wax, retreating from the brightness, their power evaporating under the onslaught of light. I stood there, feet steady on the pavement, heart pounding as the glow wrapped around me, shielding me from the encroaching presence. The streets bathed in light, the darkness siphoned away, leaving only the soft echoes of children's laughter drifting into the distance. But as I continued to breathe, doubt clawed at me. Was it gone for good? Or merely regrouping, waiting for its chance? Just as I was about to turn, a voice whispered in the wind, hushed but razor sharp. "You can't escape the darkness. It will always find you." Chills cascaded down my spine, twisting in knots of unease as I looked around. The streets were silent again, an eerie calm settling over everything, but I could feel the pulse of darkness beneath the surface, lying in wait. My heart raced. I couldn't linger, keeping the crystal glowing in my grip. I turned back toward the path home, every creak and rustle sending anxiety through me. It wasn't just about me anymore. The children's whispers echoed in my mind, and I felt an unshakable responsibility to protect others from the darkness closing in around us. As I walked, I promised myself that this fight was just beginning. The light within me hadn't gone out. It was igniting into a fire I intended to use. I could feel the shadows lurking behind me, but they wouldn't claim me so easily. With every step, my resolve solidified. I would find a way to bring back the light. It was time to confront the darkness, not just for myself, but for every lost soul still waiting in the shadows. I would be ready. With each step, I could feel the weight of the shadows pressing against my back, a constant reminder that the darkness was still there, lurking just out of sight. The streets were empty, the flickering streetlights casting long, eerie shadows that danced on the pavement as if alive. It was the kind of night that made every sound feel amplified, like the soft flutter of leaves carried a warning. As I turned down a familiar street, I suddenly remembered the tales of the haunted house that loomed at the end, its windows dark and empty as if it were holding its breath. They said strange things happened there, that those who entered would sometimes vanish when they were least expected. But my instincts told me to confront whatever awaited me. I had a mission now, a sense of purpose burning in my chest that could not be extinguished. The whispers of those lost souls tugged at my heart, urging me forward. I could save them. I thought, if I was brave enough to face the source of the darkness. The house loomed ahead, shrouded in shadows, its facade crumbling and gray. Tangles of weeds snaked up the walls, pulling at the boards like fingers beckoning me closer. The air grew cold as I approached, an unnatural chill that wrapped itself around my body, making me shiver even as I clenched the crystal tightly in my hand. The front door creaked open on its own, revealing a gaping mouth into the unknown. A gust of stale air spilled out, carrying the scent of mildew and decay. I stepped over the threshold, the wooden floor groaning under my weight as I crossed into the dark abyss. The small light I carried flickered, fighting against the encroaching shadows. Inside, the air was thick, almost like I was walking through fog. I strained to listen, my heart hammering. In the silence, faint sounds began to emerge, soft childlike giggles echoing from the depths of the house. They were warm and inviting, but underneath, they carried an unsettling resonance, a thin veil of malice that sent chills racing down my spine. "I'm not afraid," I whispered to myself, though doubt gnawed at me. I moved deeper into the house, each step echoing in the stillness. The hallways twisted in odd ways, and the walls seemed to close in as I walked, a tightness wrapping around me like a constricting vine. Suddenly, I caught sight of a flickering light emanating from a room at the end of the corridor. It pulsed rhythmically, echoing the thumping of my heart. Compelled by some unseen force, I inched toward it, drawn closer and closer to the mysterious glow. As I approached the door, it swung open with a slow creak, inviting me in. The room was expansive, filled with a chaotic collection of toys scattered across the floor as if the children had just left them behind. It was an old nursery, but it was wrong. The once vibrant colors had faded into dullness, and a deep shadow clung to every corner. In the center of the room, a single lamp flickered, revealing a group of shadowy figures huddled together, their eyes glowing like fireflies in the gloom. The children from the playground, their silhouettes dancing awkwardly, twisting in shapes that should not be possible. "Play with us," they cried in unison, their voices a melody that morphed into a discordant harmony filled with yearning and sorrow. "We've waited for you." A surge of dread washed over me. I took a step back, my heart racing wildly. Their faces were blank, devoid of the innocence I remembered, twisted into monstrous grins that unnerved me. "What do you want?" I demanded, clutching the crystal as it pulsed with energy, a warm light against the growing dread. "What nobody wants," one child whispered, its voice echoing like a rusted bell. "To be forgotten." An icy realization sank in. They were trapped, forever caught between worlds, feeding off the dimness. Every whisper and laugh was a cry for help, tainted by the darkness lingering around them. I felt a wave of sympathy for their plight, pity mixed with fear as I realized they were just as much victims of the soil. The moment I thought this, the atmosphere shifted drastically. The brightness of the lamp flickered, dimming as shadows coiled tighter around the children, their laughter turning into eerie wails, echoing into the corners of the room and pulsing like a heartbeat. "Help us," they begged again, voices filled with a blend of desperation and anger. "Stay with us." "No!" I shouted, gripping the crystal tighter. I had to break the spell, find a way to free them from this torment. "I won't abandon you." The shadows swirled, dark clouds gathering around us, a storm brewing within the space. The figures jerked violently, their forms distorting. "You can't help us," they shrieked, their eyes narrowing, turning from pleading to furious, echoing resentment. "We will drag you down with us." Suddenly, the entire room shook. The walls trembled, plaster falling like rain, dust swirling in the dim light. I stumbled, struggling to maintain my balance as the floor heaved beneath my feet. Out of the chaos, something dark emerged from the corners of the room, an imposing figure rising from the shadows, angry and powerful. It towered over the children, a grotesque amalgamation of despair and fury. Its presence seemed to absorb the light from the room, leaving only shadows alive, writhing in frustration and fear. "You want to save them?" it hissed, voice dripping with malice. "You can't save what is already mine." As it advanced, the air crackled with an oppressive energy. I took a deep breath, the crystal warm, ing against my skin, urging me forward. I would not back down. I would not succumb to the despair that had swallowed these poor souls. "No!" I cried, feeling the light surging through the crystal intensify. "I will fight for them." I refused to let the darkness win. With that, I raised the crystal high, channeling all my fear and determination into it. It erupted in a brilliant flash, blinding and fierce, illuminating every inch of the room, causing the shadows to writhe and recoil in agony. And oh, the figure screamed, its voice distorting into a terrible symphony of rage and despair. The children cried out, their forms flickering between light and shadow, unsure what to make of the brightness surrounding them. They hesitated, torn between the shadowy world that held them captive and the light that beckoned them closer. In that moment, I understood what I had to do. My heart racing, I focused the light on the children, pouring everything I had into them. "You are not bound by this place," I shouted, voice firm and unyielding. "You can be free. Let go of your fear." As the light enveloped them, their twisted expressions softened, revealing the innocence trapped within. They began to change, the darkness melting away to reveal glimmers of hope in their eyes. "Help us," they whispered, but this time filled with genuine longing, a plea that made my heart ache. The figure, now a mere shadow of its former self, lunged at me, fury radiating from its hollow eyes. I could feel the temperature drop, an unnatural chill wrapping around me, but I couldn't waver. I pushed the light further, feeling it surge with renewed strength. In that moment, as the darkness of the figure clawed at my resolve, I heard the laughter again, but this time it wasn't filled with malice. It bounced off the walls, crisp and exhilarating. The shadowy aura surrounding the children shattered, revealing their delicate forms once more. They stood together, embracing the light. "Thank you," they whispered, voices rising to a crescendo as the darkness hissed and twisted, retreating back into the corners of the room, fighting against the radiance that was engulfing them. The radiance expanded, transforming the shadows into flickers of light, illuminating every dark corner of the room. The oppressive weight that had filled the space eased, replaced by a warm, familiar glow that felt like a warm embrace. I committed to my focus, drawing strength from the connections I had formed with these lost souls. "You are strong. You can break free," I urged, pouring every ounce of belief and love into them as their faces lit up along with the room. I could feel their energy merging with mine, amplifying the light even more as I sought to shatter the darkness once and for all. The figure shrieked, scrambling backward as the light chased it, illuminating the last remaining shadows that had clung so viciously. "You can't banish me," it howled, a desperate plea soaked in anger and pain, but it was already too late. The children's laughter filled the air, bright and merry, echoing through the remnants of despair. Together, we stood against the encroaching darkness, hearts beating in unison as the last flickers of shadow evaporated into the dissipating air. And then it happened. The light surged through us, exploding outward, flooding the house. I felt the warmth wrap around me, tender and hopeful, as the remnants of the terror melted away. The room transformed. Vibrant colors blossomed where shadows had once thrived, bringing life back to the forgotten space. The children, free, smiling, glowed with pure joy, their eyes sparkling with the promise of freedom. We weren't done yet. As we celebrated this victory, I could hear the whispers of darkness lingering somewhere outside, plotting and scheming, and deep down, I knew I had to prepare for what came next. Each heartbeat echoed with a new urgency. The fight was far from over. I would gather my strength. I would uncover more truths about this darkness and the spirits still bound to it. Together, we would find a way to restore the light, to shine the way for those still trapped in the shadows. Determination filled me as I considered what lay ahead. The darkness would not claim me or anyone else again. I would keep fighting, and so the story continued. I couldn't shake the eerie feeling that all was not yet resolved. Though the light illuminated the room, I sensed shadows lurking just outside. I could almost hear them whispering my name, taunting me with promises of easier paths. But this was just the beginning, and I couldn't imagine stepping back now. As I led the children away from the room, I felt the air shift again, heavy with a palpable tension that made the hair on my arms stand up. Each door we passed whispered promises of dark secrets. The once vibrant hallways, now swallowed in light, still felt alive, their walls trembling with quiet fear. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from behind us, and I turned. The door we had just exited slammed shut like a thunderclap, the sound reverberating through the corridor. I felt a rush of cold wind, a foreboding force that made my heart skip. The children gasped, looking back with wide eyes. "Is it coming back?" one of them whispered, voice shaking. I clenched my jaw, forcing myself to remain calm. "No," I replied, but I felt the uncertainty gnawing at my words. The shadows flickered beyond the cracks in the door, a sinister pulse that sent chills racing down my spine. We hurried down the hallway, my instincts screaming to keep moving. Each step echoed louder than the last, the shadows whispering in response, and the laughter of children turning into dissonant murmurs. It felt like the house was alive, pulsing with dark energy, as if resentful of our escape. As we approached another doorway, I sensed the air grow dense, heavier with darkness. The ominous chill that radiated from the entrance seeped into my bones, wrapping me in dread. Firming my grip around the crystal, I remembered its warmth and the power it held. "Stay close," I urged the children, heart racing as I pushed the door open. The room inside was unlike the others. It was filled with dust and cobwebs, remnants of long-forgotten memories, and it felt like time had stopped there. It was a nursery, but with a sinister twist. Old toys littered the floor, some staring up blankly with cracked porcelain eyes. A doll stood in the corner, its mouth sewn shut, as if it held secrets that were never meant to be spoken. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. Something was wrong here. The atmosphere felt rigid, as though the air itself was thick with unspoken fears. From the depths of the shadows, I could almost make out shapes forming, the outlines of figures hovering just out of sight. "Oh no," I breathed, a sense of foreboding setting in. The children had taken a step back, visibly shaken. "What's happening?" One of them trembled, clinging to my side. The laughter had faded entirely, replaced by an oppressive silence that wrapped around us. As if in response to our fear, the shadows surged forward, pressing against the walls, dark fingers stretching and twisting toward us. I could see the faint outlines of faces forming in the depths, their hollow eyes burning with rage and sorrow. "Help us," they murmured, voices thick with despair. "Stay strong," I shouted, raising the crystal high, channeling its light into the darkness. A pulse of energy erupted from it, illuminating the room momentarily before the shadows recoiled. But I knew this was only a temporary solution. They were not gone, merely waiting for the moment to strike. "Why? Are you here?" I shouted into the darkness, my voice echoing off the walls, challenging whatever malevolence lay hidden within. "What do you want?" The whispers grew louder, swirling around us in a tempest of rage and grief. "You shouldn't have come here," the voices hissed, anger lacing their words. "You are trespassing in our realm." The walls trembled violently, shaking dust from the ceiling. The floor beneath my feet buckled as if trying to swallow us whole, and I felt an immobilizing fear wash over me. But I pushed it down deep, knowing I was the anchor for these children. "We will find a way to help you," I declared, voice steady with determination. They were lost, bound by the darkness in ways I could hardly fathom, but I refused to give in. Suddenly, a cold wind swept through the room, knocking the door shut. I stumbled, the children gasping as their terrified faces illuminated in the sudden pitch blackness. Panic surged through us, creating a swirling chaos. "Don't let go of each other," I yelled, pulling them close. From the depths of the shadows, a figure began to emerge, swirling out of the darkness. It took shape, a hunched silhouette draped in tattered rags, with long fingers clawing toward us. Its face was obscured, but I could feel its gaze piercing through the air, cold and penetrating, as if it was peeling away my very essence with each glance. "You think you can save them?" it croaked, voice dripping with contempt. "They are mine. You have no power here. Stand together," I screamed to the children, all of us joining hands as I raised the crystal high once more. It shone with a brilliant light, pulsating in defiance against the oppressive darkness surrounding us. But the figure only laughed, a chilling sound that rattled the windows. "Your light means nothing," it sneered, advancing slowly, shadows clinging around it like a shroud. "You cannot save the lost." With a sudden rush, it lunged, and I felt the air shift, cold and biting. I was prepared. A surge of energy burst from the crystal, filling the room with a blinding light. It collided with the shadowy figure, illuminating its form in a grotesque clarity. For a moment, I could see its face, twisted, contorted with rage, and it bore no resemblance to anything human. "You will regret this," it roared, as the light engulfed it, disintegrating the darkness around it and pushing it back. The children clung to me tighter, and together, we began to back away, the crystal illuminating our escape path with a path of gentle radiance. "Keep moving," I urged, the light guiding our way, but the figure's laughter echoed, reverberating through the halls like a maleficent chant. "You can't escape," the figure called, curling into the shadows. "You will fall into despair." I felt a surge of adrenaline. This place was a trap, designed to ensnare the weak. I couldn't let myself falter. Still, doubt crept in through the cracks of my resolve, gnawing away at my confidence. What if I was wrong? What if this was a futile fight? In that moment of vulnerability, a rush of whispers enveloped us, voices clamoring in overlapping desperation. "You'll never leave." It felt like the air was tightening around us, swallowing up my breath. And for a moment, I was lost in the sheer weight of their misery and rage. But then, as if in response to my wavering spirit, the crystal pulsed again, vibrant energy flowing through my arm and igniting my heart. It flickered with renewed strength, resonating with the voices of the children beside me. "We can fight!" I exclaimed. Courage swelled within me as I turned to the glowing faces surrounding me. Together, we would not let despair win. Steeling myself, I led the way toward the door, the crystal blazing in my grip, pushing against the darkness that still threatened to engulf us whole. As we moved, I could feel the shadows reaching, clawing at my legs like desperate hands, whispering promises of surrender. "No!" I shouted, feeling a sudden rush of defiance. "You can't take any of us." We reached the door, and the cold air poured out like a fog. With a heave, I shoved the door open, the crystal erupting in a cannon of light. Stumbling outside, I could feel the palpable tension breaking behind us. As we emerged, the shadows shrieked in agony, retreating into the recesses of the house as the light chased them away. But a voice echoed in my mind, a dark whisper that caressed my thoughts. "You may have won this time, but you can never escape the shadows." As the door slammed shut behind us, locking whatever horrors lay inside, I knew this wasn't over. The darkness had been merely pushed back, and I could still hear its distant echoes lingering on the wind. "Are we safe now?" one of the children asked, looking up at me with wide eyes filled with hope and fear. I sighed, realizing that while we had survived this encounter, we were not free. "For now, yes," I replied, but I felt the weight of uncertainty heavy in my gut. "But we need to keep moving and stay strong." With the lingering horror of the evening fresh in our minds, I knew our journey wasn't finished. Not yet. I glanced back at the ominous silhouette of the house, shadows swirling at the windows like hungry watchers. Taking a deep breath, I steeled myself for what lay ahead. Let's find a way to end this. And just beyond the horizon, I could sense the pull of the darkness still lingering, waiting for our next move. I took one last glance at the house, its windows dark and empty like vacant eyes watching us. An unsettling feeling clung to me, like a wet shroud wrapping around my shoulders. I could sense the threat lurking just beneath the surface, waiting for the perfect moment to strike again. As we moved further away, the air changed. It thickened, saturated with a sense of foreboding. The path ahead twisted through overgrown grass and tangled roots, every step echoing sharply in the eerie silence. The once cheerful children's laughter now felt distant, replaced by a nervous energy that seemed to crawl beneath my skin. "Where are we going?" one of the children asked, their voice trembling slightly. I looked around, trying to contain the rising unease. "I don't know yet, but we have to keep moving," I replied, forcing a calmness into my tone. The uncertainty gnawed at me, but I refused to let it show. But as we passed an old tree, its gnarled branches twisted like skeletal fingers reaching for us, I glanced back over my shoulder. To my horror, I thought I saw a fleeting shadow dart between the trees behind us, a flicker of darkness that vanished the moment I turned to get a better look. My heart raced. "Did you see that?" I whispered, feeling the urgency rising in my chest. "What?" the child next to me replied, wide-eyed and uncertain. "Nothing," I lied, stifling a sense of dread. But deep down, I knew we weren't alone. The forest felt alive, a thick canopy overhead blocking out the moonlight. Shadows flickered in the corners of my vision, swirling and dancing in ways that sent shivers racing down my spine. The air was heavy with tension, each rustle of leaves and snap of a branch amplifying my unease. As we pressed on, the soft glow of the crystal began to flicker. Instinctively, I gripped it tighter, willing it to stabilize. We found ourselves at the edge of a small clearing, moonlight breaking through briefly to cast a silvery glow over the ground. But even in the light, something felt off. The stillness was almost too quiet, as though the world was holding its breath. In the center of the clearing stood an old well, its stones dark and damp, covered in moss and creep, vines that seemed to writhe like snakes. From within, I could hear soft murmurs, almost like whispers carried on the wind. "Don't go near it," a child said, fear etched across their face. I felt a pull toward the well, an inexplicable urge to lean in and listen closer to those haunting whispers. It felt like they were calling to me, beckoning me forward. But fear gripped my heart, and I hesitated, caught between the pull of curiosity and the instinct for survival. Suddenly, the temperature dropped. A chill swept through the clearing, wrapping around us like icy fingers. I looked at the children, their faces pale, and realized we needed to move quickly. "We should go," I urged, but something deep inside me warned that we were not yet free from the shadows. As we turned to leave, a low growl echoed from the direction of the well. My heart raced, and I glanced back just in time to see a shape rising from the darkness. It was the figure from before, its eyes glowing like embers, hunger etched on its grotesque face. "Did you think you could escape?" it hissed, voice slithering through the air, chilling my very core. "You belong to the darkness now." The children gasped, and I felt their small bodies tremble beside me. "Stay together," I shouted, clutching the crystal like a lifeline as its light pulsed fiercely, creating a barrier between us and the encroaching shadows. But the figure advanced, its form shifting, oozing like smoke as if it could slip through any crack to reach us. "You cannot hide. You cannot run from what you've awakened." I took a deep breath, squaring my shoulders, determination igniting within me. "We won't let you take us," I shouted, stepping forward to confront the malevolent presence looming over us. The crystal began to glow brighter, responding to my will, washing the area in brilliant light that pushed back against the oppressive darkness. The figure recoiled slightly, whispering curses that grated against my ears. "You think you can fight me? I am the shadow that has existed since time began. I feed on fear, and you are my feast." It lunged, the darkness swirling with a palpable hunger, but I held my ground, channeling all the light I could summon. "No! Get back!" I yelled, and the crystal exploded with light, illuminating the clearing with an intensity that momentarily blinded the figure. The ground shook, the trees around us swaying violently, their branches cracking against the wind. The shadows screeched like banshees, retreating as my light forced them back. The air crackled with energy, and I felt a surge, as if the very essence of the forest was responding to my resolve. "Keep fighting," I urged the children, who stood wide-eyed and fearful, but resolute. We would not be taken. But just as I thought we could gain the upper hand, a dreadful silence fell. The wind died down, and the world stilled. I could feel the change instantly, a tremor in the air, a shift that promised something darker was about to unfold. Then, from the well, a scream erupted. It was a cacophony of despair, echoing through the clearing, a sound so raw it froze my blood. The children whimpered, pressing against me, and I instinctively shielded them with my body. "Help us!" the voices cried, a chorus of agony that felt like knives cutting into my heart. The shadows thickened around us, swirling like a tornado, as if drawn to the well's tortured echoes. "You cannot save them," the figure rumbled, laughter laced with malice. "They belong to me as well." "No!" I shouted, feeling panic rise. The cries were not just echoes. They were real, voices of those who had been lost. I had to do something. The crystal pulsed in my hand, and I summoned all the courage I could muster. "We will find a way," I declared, but doubt crept in. Would we ever truly escape? Then, almost as if the well could sense my fear, the ground began to shake violently. The surrounding trees creaked, branches snapping as I was thrown off balance. "Hang on!" I yelled to the children, gathering them in closer. Suddenly, the well erupted, a black mist pouring out, swirling and twisting into a vortex that reached for us. The whispers grew more frantic, merging into a single voice filled with rage and sorrow. "Join us," it screamed, and I felt its pull, an all-consuming force that threatened to drag us under the weight of despair. I closed my eyes, heart pounding as the darkness surged closer, threatening to swallow me whole. The light from the crystal flickered, struggling against the engulfing shadow, but I held it firm, channeling my fear and defiance into the crystal's core. "Not today!" I shouted, thrusting it forward, unleashing a wave of light that crashed against the mist, illuminating the dark shapes lurking within. For a brief moment, I could see them, faces twisted in anguish, eyes pleading for release, trapped souls writhing in the mist. Their spirits were bound to this place, caught in the relentless grasp of despair. "Let them go," I urged, almost filled with pity as I faced the depths of the mist. For a fleeting moment, I felt their pain echoing within me, a desperate need for freedom. But the figure did not hesitate. With newfound rage, it drew closer, and the shadows began to encircle us, thick and unyielding. "Do you really think your light can save them? They belong to the darkness, and you will join them." Panic surged in my chest, but I could not falter. "Not while I stand," I yelled again, channeling my will into the crystal, feeling its energy rise as I clutched it tightly, summoning every ounce of strength. The light expanded, forcing back the darkness, but with every pulse, I could feel my energy draining. I was not just fighting for myself, I was fighting for every soul lost to this forsaken place. "Together," I shouted to the children, holding their hands firmly as I concentrated on the crystal. "We will not give in," and as the figure lunged again, claws extended, I felt the ground tremble beneath us, shaking violently as if the very earth was responding to our defiance. The shadows screamed, an awful chorus of rage and desperation, battling against our light. But I held firm, my voice rising against their cries. "You will not take us?" We refused to become shadows. I could feel the energy of the crystal pulsing faster with every heartbeat, and the light it emitted blazed brighter than I ever thought possible. The shadows shrieked in fury, shriveling back as I pushed forward. And then, with one final surge, the darkness exploded outward, dissipating like smoke in the breeze, the lost souls brightening amid the swelling light. The clearing filled with a warmth that cut through the chilling air, and I felt the weight of the darkness lift, if only temporarily. The children blinked in awe, their fear turning to realization as the last remnants of shadow faded. But as the light settled, a new terror unfurled within me. "This isn't over," I whispered, glancing back at the well, where the ground was still trembling. Through the remnants of the swirling mist, I could hear their whispers lingering, a promise that the shadows had not completely retreated. "We must be ready," I said, looking into the faces of the children. I could see their determination mirrored in. I took a deep breath, gathered the children around me, and moved toward the edge of the clearing, steeling myself for the darkness ahead. Each step felt heavy with dread, like the forest was alive, watching us as we passed. The trees towered like giants, their gnarled branches twisting and reaching as if they wanted to snatch us back into the shadows. I could feel a chill crawling along my skin, creeping in from the ominous weight that hung in the air. "Stay close," I whispered, glancing back at the children. I could see fear reflected in their eyes, but I also sensed a spark of hope. As we moved deeper into the woods, the ground beneath our feet turned soft and squishy, the soil saturated with moisture. Every so often, I felt the damp earth shift, as if something sinister lurked just beneath the surface, waiting to rise up and drag us down. Each crunch of twigs under my feet seemed to echo through the heavy silence, amplifying my anxiety. Suddenly, a figure broke through the trees on the right, darting towards us with an unnatural speed. My heart stopped. It was a deer, but its eyes were wide and terrified, glistening with fear as it bolted past us. As it ran, I noticed a peculiar maroon stain on its flank, as if it had been clawed or struck. "What's wrong with it?" one child asked, pointing. "I don't know," I replied, dread pooling in my stomach. "Just keep moving." We continued through the forest, and I felt an unsettling sensation creeping over me. The weight of the darkness seemed to cling to my emotions, twisting them like a knife. I tried to shake it off and focus on the path before us, but the sense of foreboding only grew more intense. Then, from somewhere deep within the trees, I heard the unmistakable sound of laughter. It was high-pitched and dissonant, echoing through the woods like a sinister lullaby. My blood ran cold. What kind of laughter belonged in a place like this? The children looked up at me, eyes wide with fear. "What was that?" one asked, their voice shaky. "I'm sure it's nothing," I said, trying to sound reassuring, but the uneasiness in my gut told me otherwise. The laughter came again, this time closer. I could hear it weaving in between the trees, echoing off the branches, wrapping around us like a snake tightening its grip. We pressed on, but the sounds only grew louder. It felt like every whispering tree and rustling leaf was conspiring against us. The laughter morphed into whispers, rising and falling, growing more frantic and desperate with each passing moment. I tried to block it out, focusing on the path ahead, but shadows danced just beyond my vision, flickering in and out like taunting reflections. Each time we reached a clearing, I sensed something lurking just out of sight, waiting for the perfect moment to pounce. Suddenly, a rustle in the bushes caught my attention. I froze, heart pounding in my chest. Out from the underbrush stumbled a figure, arms outstretched, face hidden by messy hair. "Please," it croaked, voice raspy and hollow. "Help me." For a moment, I hesitated. There was something deeply unsettling about the way the figure moved, swaying and stumbling toward us as if it were not quite steady on its feet. Beneath the dirt and grime, the tattered clothes clung to its emaciated frame. "Stay back," I shouted instinctively, stepping in front of the children, shielding them from the possible danger. But the figure only continued to groan, closing the distance between us. "You don't understand. I'm trapped. They're hunting me." My heart raced, a mixture of fear and curiosity spiraling within me. "Who's hunting you?" I demanded, gripping the crystal tightly. The shadows, it gasped. They won't take you. They're everywhere. Please, you must trust me. Each word felt like a dark weight pressing down on my chest. The air grew thick with unease, and I could feel the children tremble beside me. I took a step back, questioning the truth of its words. "We can't trust you," I replied, keeping my voice steady, despite the rising panic within. Just then, a low growl reverberated through the trees, a rumble that shook the branches above us, causing leaves to scatter like frightened birds. The figure's eyes widened in terror. "Run!" it screamed, turning to flee into the woods, disappearing into the shadows. Before I could react, the shadows slithered from the depths of the trees. They coiled around the figure, dark tendrils reaching from all sides, pulling it back into the suffocating embrace of despair. The screams echoed, chilling my bones, shattering the air with their raw desperation. "Help!" it cried, but it was too late. "Go!" I yelled to the children, fear gripping my heart. We turned and ran, the laughter and shrieks chasing us, piercing the silence of the night. My breath came in sharp gasps, the shadows snapping at our heels, creeping ever closer. We sprinted into a narrow path, thick bushes on either side clawing at us as if trying to drag us back, but I pressed on, refusing to look back. The tendrils of darkness coiled behind us, whispering sweetly in a voice that promised relief, begging us to stop and surrender. "Don't listen," I shouted, pushing the children forward. "We have to keep moving." Just ahead, I spotted a hint of light filtering through the trees, an unnatural glow that pushed back the shadows. It seemed like a beacon calling us, and with desperation in my heart, I urged everyone toward it. But as we drew closer, the light flickered like a fading flame, struggling against the encroaching darkness. It was a haunting sight, a circle of white flowers glowing softly in the moonlight, their petals luminous against the forest's dreary backdrop. "What is this?" a child wondered, blinking in confusion. I could feel the tension ease slightly, but instinctively, I knew better. "Stay together," I cautioned, pressing forward through the flowers. The moment we entered the circle, the shadows recoiled, hissing and retreating as though repelled by the light. But that moment of safety felt dangerously fleeting, and just as I breathed a sigh of relief, the laughter returned, now with an added ferocity. It echoed around us, a chorus of voices, some familiar, some foreign, blending into a cacophony that left me reeling. The flowers began to wilt, losing their glow as the laughter grew louder, and before I knew it, the ground beneath our feet shifted, vibrating with a dreadful energy. "No, not again!" I cried, panic rising like bile in my throat. The laughter morphed into cries, horrific wails that twisted the very fabric of my sanity. Shapes began to emerge from the shadows, faces I recognized and others I didn't, all twisted in eternal agony. They clawed at the edges of the glowing circle, desperate to escape the confines of their torment. "Get back!" I shouted as their fingers stretched toward us, a dark surge that threatened to engulf everything. The children screamed, and I felt a surge of fear pulse through me, pushing me to do something, anything, to protect them. "Trust in the light," I commanded, my heart racing as I raised the crystal again. A warm glow enveloped us, pushing back the hands reaching toward us. Acrid smoke billowed from the shadows, twisting and curling like serpents around a pit of despair. But the shadows were relentless. Their cries crescendoed, merging into a howl that slammed into my chest like a tidal wave. The ground started to tremble, the flowers wilting under the pressure of their anguish. I felt the energy of the circle fading, and dread clawed at my mind. "We need to break this," I yelled, raising the crystal higher. "Focus on the light." The children stood beside me, eyes wide and fearful, but they lifted their hands, trusting me. Together, we channeled our energy into the crystal, calling on it to burn brighter than ever before. The light exploded outward, piercing through the darkness like a lance of hope amid despair. The shadows shrieked, retreating further into the underbrush, but I knew this was just a temporary victory. The energy we generated felt finite, and the figures trapped outside the circle wailed in anguish, their faces twisted with agony. "Please, help us," they cried. Voices melded with the cries of the lost, echoing off the trees without mercy. It echoed into my mind, a relentless reminder of the torment that awaited them. Help them, but not at the cost of our lives, I urged, forcing myself to remain strong. We can't be lost to the shadows. Not like them. The air around us thickened with despair, and I began to realize that we were the prey and the shadows. They were the hunters. I knew we had to flee, to find a safe path before we were consumed by the shadows' desperate grasp. "Let's go," I shouted, grabbing the hands of the children and pulling them toward the edge of the circle, pushing through the waning light. Our hearts raced as we tumbled away, racing to break free of the impending doom. The laughter followed, chilling us to the bone, a sinister echo that would haunt me forever. "Run!" I yelled, feeling the darkness claw at our backs, the shadows merging into a single entity, faster than we could imagine. We burst through the underbrush into a narrow path, the trees closing behind us, and I felt the suffocating grip of fear pulse through me. I could hear the whispers growing louder, fear and desperation melding into a single voice. "You belong to us," the shadows screeched, wrapping around us like a noose, trying to drag us down into their abyss. But we kept running, fueled by sheer will and the light of the crystal that flickered in my grasp. The path twisted and turned, leading us deeper into the darkness, but I refused to let despair set in. "There has to be a way out," I urged, heart pounding as we pushed forward. As we tore deeper into the unknown, I felt something shift in the air, an undeniable sense of change. Where there should have been barriers, I sensed pathways opening, portals between worlds, blurring the lines between safety and danger. I stumbled slightly, but pressed on. It felt like paralysis was creeping over my limbs. I couldn't give in to panic. I had to protect the children, no matter what it took. Suddenly, a wild howl resonated behind us. It was primal and guttural, a blend of a wolf and something more primal, something I couldn't place. Terror gripped my heart as I sensed the shadows surge forward, growing more corporeal, weaving as if stitched together from nightmares. "Faster!" I urged, heart racing, adrenaline pumping through my veins as I pulled the kids along. Out of nowhere, a chilling mist enveloped us, turning the night into an inky void. I couldn't see anything but the vague outlines of the trees, the way they twisted in the fog like elongated arms reaching for us. The howl came again, closer this time, a promise of destruction. We had to find light, something to banish the darkness that threatened to consume us whole. Just ahead, I spotted a faint glimmer, a shimmering that pierced through the fog like a beacon of hope. "There!" I shouted, lunging toward it despite the sense of dread clawing at my insides. We sprinted toward the light, but as we neared, I realized with horror that this was no ordinary light. It pulsated with a sickly hue, a grotesque imitation of safety. Tentacles of shadow writhed around it, dancing and twisting as if feasting upon the flicker of illumination. "What is that?" a child gasped, eyes wide with wonder and horror. "I don't know," I replied, breathless. "But it doesn't feel right." As we halted, the source of the light began to shift, revealing itself. It was an ancient stone, rough and jagged, carved with indecipherable runes that glimmered faintly under the fog. But the shadows clung to it like a parasite, feeding off its energy, warping it into something altogether sinister. "Get back!" I yelled, instinctively pushing the children behind me. The shadows hissed, echoing our fear, hungry and relentless. "No more hiding. You will be ours," the echoes whispered, determination woven with despair wrapping around their taunts. The stone pulsed ominously, the light fading as a figure emerged from the mist, a tall, gaunt silhouette whose features blended into the shadows themselves. "Join us," it beckoned, voice smooth and slick like oil, tempting and coercive. Feel the solace and surrender. The crystal in my hand flared brightly, its warmth pushing back the surrounding gloom. I felt a rush of warmth even as the shadows writhed, their energy twisting tighter around the glowing stone. The figure, still veiled in darkness, stepped forward, and its eyes glinted like sharp knives caught in the scant light. I could see the malice in its gaze, the way it reveled in our fear. "You think that light will save you?" it taunted. "You have no idea the power that lies in surrender." I gripped the crystal tighter, feeling it pulse with energy in my palm, an anchor in the encroaching storm. "We won't give in," I shouted, my voice quavering but resolute. I turned to the children, urging them closer. "Stay by me. We are stronger together." The shadows around us swirled violently, dark tendrils reaching out as if they were desperate to trap us. I could see faces forming within the mist, mouths open in silent screams, twisted visages of the lost souls that lingered, both pitiful and terrifying. Their eyes were wide as they begged for release, yet a darkness flickered within them, urging us to join their despair. "Please," a child whispered, clutching my arm. "What do we do?" I looked down, meeting their pleading gaze, feeling their innocence tug at my heart. "We have to fight," I said, forcing courage into my voice. "We'll push back the darkness together." As if responding to my words, the shadows surged forward again, their growls resonating like a pack of wolves drawing closer to their prey. I could feel my pulse quicken, adrenaline surging as I stood my ground, channeling the light from the crystal. "Let there be light," I yelled, and as I thrust the crystal into the air, radiance erupted from within, spilling luminous power over the twisted landscape. The figure recoiled, its expression shifting from taunting confidence to fury, and in that moment, the whispers surrounding us grew frantic. "You will pay for this insolence," it bellowed, the shadows twisting more violently as they were momentarily pushed back. But the darkness was persistent, relentless. The ground beneath us trembled as another roar split the air, echoing through the trees, deafening and primal. It came from deep within the woods, a sound so raw it seemed ancient, a hungry thing hunting in the depths, hungry for our fear. My heart raced, pounding in my ears. "We can't stay here," I shouted. "We need to move." I grabbed the children's hands, pulling them along as we raced away from the grotesque figure and its swirling shadows. The tendrils lashed out, ferociously striking the ground around us, hungry for our retreat. "Where do we go?" one of the kids cried, panic rising. "Just follow me," I urged, darting toward the nearest path that curved deeper into the forest. The trees loomed overhead like haunted sentinels, their branches twisting in grotesque shapes, whispering malevolent secrets that prickled at my skin. I felt the pull of the shadows behind us, relentless in their pursuit. With each step, I could feel the energy of the crystal weakening. The light flickered as doubts crept in, echoing the cries for help that had filled the air moments before. I could hear the whispers of the lost souls guiding me, yanking my attention back toward the darkened depths of the forest, enticing me with promises of clarity and truth hidden along the path. "Don't listen," I cried, shaking my head to free myself from their grasp, forcing the words out against the rising tide of despair. "We have to find a way out." But the laughter returned, the same cruel melody that had chased us through the woods. It dripped with malice, teasing our resolve, as if the shadows were mocking our desperate flight. I glanced back over my shoulder, catching glimpses of forms emerging from the dark, their silhouettes stretching like claws reaching for us, drawing closer with renewed determination. Suddenly, I stumbled into a clearing bathed in spectral light, illuminating strange, twisted stones scattered along the ground. They formed an eerie circle, each stone etched with cryptic symbols that seemed to draw power from the waning moon above. "What is this?" I wondered aloud, a chill creeping up my spine as I stepped into the center. "Maybe it's a way to escape," one child whispered hesitantly, eyes wide as they gazed at the glowing stones. But deep within, I felt an unsettling sense of déjà vu, memories of the spectral glow and shadows flooding my mind like a dark tide. As we stood there, the shadows paused, lingering at the edge of the clearing, hesitant as if the circle offered some unknown barrier. I could see their forms shifting, debating their next move, but the laughter continued to echo, a dreadful sound of triumph, suggesting we would not last long within the circle's light. "Maybe we can use this," I said, trying to sound confident despite the cold dread curling through my gut. "If we channel our energy here, we might be able to push them away for good." I motioned for the children to gather around me as I held the crystal high in the air, gathering strength. The glow brightened, illuminating the symbols on the stones. They began to resonate in response, pulsing rhythmically like a heart, keeping time with our frantic breaths. Suddenly, from the edge of the clearing, the dark figure crept closer, its twisted features now clearer in the light. "You think this will protect you?" it mocked, voice layered with the whispers of shadows, a chorus of despair that mingled with the tendrils lurching just beyond the circle. "You can't escape what you are." The shadows surged toward us again, merging into a single mass that loomed larger than before, clawed hands stretching, aching to rip the light away. With every inch they crept, the chill of despair gripped my heart, a bone-deep certainty that surrender loomed close if I allowed fear to take hold. I closed my eyes, feeling their trapped souls in the shadows, begging for warmth, for light, for salvation. "We will not be lost to this," I screamed, forcing courage through my veins. "Let the light consume them," I commanded, and with that I plunged the crystal into the center of the circle. A blinding flash erupted, cascading outward, overwhelming the darkness that closed in. The shadows recoiled in howls, screeching in fury, as the light surged forth. The figures in the mist twisted, their forms distorting, caught between the realm of the living and the anguish of the trapped. But even as the light surged, I felt the alignment of energy beginning to shatter. The shadows fought back against the brilliance. They reached for me, clawing at my soul with icy tendrils, whispers promising sweet relief and surrender. "Join us," they hissed, voices intertwining with my thoughts and racing through my mind. I forced the echoes back, racing against time as darkness breached the edge of the circle. The ground trembled, and I could see the stones begin to crack under the pressure of the malignant force striving to claim us. "Hold on," I urged the children, my voice shaking as I willed the crystal to shine brighter. But even as I focused, I could sense the figure moving in for the final strike, its eerie smile widening as it pulled the shadows closer. I felt myself begin to falter, fear wrapping around me like chains. "You are powerless," it taunted, closing in as everything I had fought for threatened to dissolve into the dark. But then in that moment of despair, I remembered. I recalled the strength of the children beside me, the bond we had forged in the face of fear. In an act of defiance against the darkness, I reached out to them, grabbing their hands. "Together now," I shouted, drawing their energy into the crystal, linking our fates in defiance of the shadows. The light swelled, a brilliant sun breaking through the twilight, and with each heartbeat, I felt our unity strengthen the crystal's glow. The shadows seized, their forms flickering, and they howled, a cacophony of rage and despair impending. I raised the crystal high as the darkness thrashed, and with one final shout, "You shall not have us," I plunged the crystal deeper into the center of the clearing. The explosion of light shattered the air, a blinding flash that surged outward, tearing through the shadows and banishing them into the void. I closed my eyes against the brilliance, but before I could blink, the world around me erupted in clarity, washing away the grim fog, as if the very fabric of reality was mending itself. In that moment, I felt a wave of euphoria crash over me, lifting the oppressive weight off my chest. The warmth wrapped around us, radiating out, and I gasped in disbelief as the shadows unraveled before us, retreating into the depths of the forest, leaving behind only echoes of their haunting wails. The clearing was transformed, the vibrant glow of the flowers illuminating the stone circle once more, the sinister energy replaced by a serene atmosphere, calm and inviting. But as I turned to the children, their faces were pale, a mixture of wonder and fear. "Did we really do it?" one of them breathed. "Yeah," I replied, but a chill crept back into my bones. I couldn't shake the feeling that this was only a brief reprieve, an illusion of safety in a world teetering on the edge of darkness. Then, the shadows in the far corners flickered slightly. Were we truly free, or was this a trap, waiting to ensnare us once more? The air tingled with something dark, lingering beneath the bright surface. We needed to leave, to find safety beyond the remnants of our battle. But just as I turned, something caught my eye, a dark shape slipping through the trees, darting too quickly to be a figment of imagination. "Look!" I yelled as I pointed in its direction. But even as I did, a wave of foreboding crashed over me. The darkness lingered, and I realized the shadows might have retreated, not vanished. The figure lingered at the edge of the clearing, just out of reach, its twisted form indistinguishable in the night. It watched us, silent and still, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if it was the harbinger of an approaching storm. I held the crystal tighter, heart racing as I sensed the danger lurking just out of sight. Whatever lay ahead was far from finished, and I knew we weren't alone. The shadows were cunning, patient, and they would return. "Let's go," I urged, fear clenching my chest like a vice. As we made to leave the circle, I felt the oppressive weight of darkness creeping back in. The laughter returned, a twisted sound that echoed through the trees, growing louder, wrapping around us like a noose. In one last desperate surge, I pushed the children forward, marking the path we had to follow. The glow of the flowers dimmed behind us, and I could almost hear the shadows whispering once more, beckoning us to look back, to linger, to succumb. But I wouldn't allow it. "Keep going," I shouted, my heart pounding as I led them back into the woods, shadows creeping at our heels. We needed to escape before they swarmed back, before the darkness came to reclaim what it had lost. And as we ran, I felt the thrill of survival fuel my every step, the flickering light guiding us forward, deeper into the unknown, where danger still waited to pounce on the unwary. I pushed on, knowing that with each passing moment, we were one heartbeat closer to the edge of the abyss. As we plunged deeper into the forest, I felt the tension in the air, thick and suffocating. The shadows clawed at the edges of my mind, whispering threats, promising to devour us if we faltered. "Don't stop," I urged, looking back only briefly to see the fading glow of the clearing swallowed up by the dark trees. The atmosphere felt alive, as if every root and branch was watching us, waiting to ensnare us in its grasp. The once vibrant glow we had felt seemed like a distant memory, fading under the weight of dread that hung over us like a storm cloud. With each step, I could hear the forest shifting, creaking and groaning as if it were alive with ancient secrets, secrets that perhaps shouldn't be awakened. My heart raced as I led the children through the thick underbrush. I could feel the shadows trailing behind, not so much visible, but felt like a chilling breath whispering across my neck. "Why do I feel like they're still following us?" a child whispered, glancing nervously over their shoulder. I gritted my teeth, wanting to reassure them, but feeling the truth hang dangerously close to my lips. "Just keep moving. We can't look back," I said, trying to maintain my calm as panic clawed at my insides. Suddenly, a low growl rumbled from the depths of the trees, a sound primal and animalistic that vibrated deep within my bones. It sent chills coursing through me, raising the hair on the back of my neck. I stopped, holding my breath, the reality of our situation crashing in around me like a tidal wave. The shadows began to dance on the periphery, a disturbing play of light and dark that made my heart race. I could see them shifting, twisting into grotesque forms that seemed to blend seamlessly into the forest, their eyes glowing like embers in a dying fire. "Don't stop," I hissed again, urging the children forward. But the tension thickened in the air, and the growl grew louder, echoing through the trees, bouncing off the bark like a drum of impending doom. "Get ready," I whispered, adrenaline surging through me as the growl morphed into a howl that pierced the night. The creatures of the dark were hungry, and I could feel their presence, a sense of insatiable hunger and malevolence that made me want to flee. Just then, the brush exploded with movement. Dark shapes leaped through the undergrowth, darting toward us with an unholy speed. I froze in place, watching as twisting forms emerged, figures that writhed and coiled with darkness, their long limbs moving in unnatural ways. "Run!" I shouted, pulling the children along as terror surged through me. I pushed them forward, running faster than I thought possible, the shadows snapping at our heels. The forest became a blur, trees whizzing by as I focused on the path ahead. But the ground was uneven, roots snaking out like fingers trying to trip us, and I stumbled, nearly falling but catching myself as I pulled the children close. "Where do we find safety?" one child cried, their voice shaking as we raced through the trees. The branches swayed ominously above our heads, like gnarled hands reaching for us, ready to drag us back into the shadows. "Just keep going," I shouted again, desperation adding to my voice. I felt the heat of the shadows behind us, their presence suffocating as if they were drawing the very air from my lungs. But then a shriek split the air, a sound so piercing it made me feel like the world around me was shattering. I turned just in time to see a creature, a thing made of flesh and shadow, leap from the underbrush, eyes burning with a malevolence that froze me in place. Its mouth twisted in a horrific grin, jagged teeth glinting in the dim light as it lunged toward us. Time slowed as I froze, my heart stumbling over itself. In that split second, I could see the glimmer of hunger reflected in its gaze, eager to consume, to claim. I shouted, "Now!" and we bolted again, pushing harder, fear lighting a fire beneath our feet. We burst through a thicket, finding ourselves in a small clearing, but the moment of safety was short-lived. The howls from behind grew louder now, echoing around us, the tortured cries of the damned mingling with the sounds of desperate pursuit. "We're in the open. We can't stay," I panted, scanning the darkness for signs of escape. The moonlight did little to illuminate the paths to safety, shadows flickering at the periphery matching the pounding in my chest. A child pointed toward a narrow path, barely visible through the darkness. "That way! We can hide! Go!" I yelled, rushing toward it, heart pounding as the blood-curdling howls grew closer. The shadows could sense our fear, and I couldn't let them close enough to seize us. As we ducked into the path, I could feel the cool air coil around us, wrapping around my limbs like icy fingers. The path twisted and turned, and I urged the children to stay close, every flicker of motion in the darkness making my heart race even faster. The shadows could be anywhere, plotting their next move, waiting for our moment of weakness. The deeper we ventured, the darker it became, but the howls faded slightly, choked by the dense underbrush. I could still feel the gnawing presence of the shadows at our backs, lurking just out of sight, waiting for the chance to strike. Suddenly, I tripped over a root, sprawling onto the damp forest floor, my breath catching in my throat. As I scrambled to my feet, panic seized me. Had I lost them? "Come on!" I shouted, fear clawing at my throat, trying to push the terror away as I turned to see the children stumble behind me. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived as the shadows began creeping forward again, vile and eager. "Keep going," I urged, my voice raw as the dark tendrils brushed dangerously close to the edges of the path. It felt like they grew thicker, as if the shadows were tightening their grip. We rushed forward, the air growing heavier, a palpable darkness that pressed against us, slowing our movement. Faint whispers filled the air, rising and falling like a mournful dirge. "Join us," they pleaded, voices melded in despair. I couldn't tell if they were real or if my mind was spiraling deeper into fear, but the thought of even hearing those words gripped me with ice. "No!" I screamed back at the shadows, forcing the children forward as I clutched the crystal tightly. The glow had dimmed, flickering like a candle fighting against a raging wind. "We're not joining you. We won't give in." As if provoked by my words, the shadows lunged forward, their form coiling around my ankles, dragging me towards the earth. I felt the cold numbness wrap around my legs, threatening to pull me into the void. With one last bastion of strength, I pulled the crystal up, aiming it at the shadows. "Light, you have no power here." In an instant, the glow flared back to life, illuminating the dark tendrils that clawed at me. Light fought against the encroaching shadows, pushing them back, burning away their hold. The echoes of laughter morphed into screams, and they were chased away, retreating into the darkness for just a moment. The children gasped, all mingling with fear as they watched the shadows writhe, shrieking in anger. But I knew it wouldn't last. The shadows were relentless, and they would return, stronger and more vengeful than before. We had to find our way out of this nightmare. "Keep running. Don't look back," I urged, clutching the crystal tightly, guiding the children as we pushed forward, weaving through the gnarled trees and underbrush, racing against the shadows' hunger. But as we ran, the shadows followed, forming shapes that morphed grotesquely within the forest, part of the land itself. I felt their breath on my neck, urgent and cold, begging me to yield beneath their darkness, tugging at my resolve. And as we reached the fork in the path, uncertainty clawed at me once more. There seemed to be no safe way out, no light to guide us. Just options that stretched into an endless dark. "Which way?" one child asked, eyes wide with terror. "Left," I yelled, trusting instinct over reason as I swung into the path that twisted away from the howls echoing behind us. The moment felt surreal, as if every turn we took led us further into the heart of the forest. The trees pressed closer together, as if closing ranks against us, shadows melding into the branches like dark soldiers awaiting their orders. "Faster," I urged, breathless. The oppressive air weighed heavier, almost tangible, stealing my breath, flickering in and out of reality as we ran in this madness. Just then, a shudder ran through the ground, and I stumbled again. The ground around us trembled as if a great beast stirred beneath the roots, and I felt the shadows stir violently in response, awakening with rage. "Stay close," I shouted, but the darkness swirled around us, obscuring the path ahead. I squinted, trying to pierce the gloom, and then I saw it, a glimmering light at the end of the path, just a flicker, but it fueled the fire of hope in my heart. "There!" I yelled, pointing ahead. But before I could move, a sharp cry echoed through the forest, making the hair on my arms stand on end. It sliced through the air like a knife, raw and haunting, a sound of pure terror. "Keep moving," I shouted. The light felt so close, but the shadows raged around us now, their tendrils whipping through the air like serpents in a frenzy, searching for a way to ensnare us once more. The figures leaped from the underbrush, sharp claws glinting in the dim light as they lunged toward us, raining down their anger. I pulled the children toward me, ready to shield them even as I felt the weight of despair closing in. "Get behind me," I cried, raising the crystal high as the fierce shadows bore down on us. With a cry of defiance, I thrust the crystal forward, summoning the brilliant light that flared once again, illuminating the shadows and causing them to reel back with wretched shrieks. But just as I thought we had a chance, the howls grew more frantic, and the laughter echoed, taunting as the shadows wove tighter around us. They were angry, desperate, and with every flicker of light, I could feel their intent coiling, ready to lash out at our resolve. Panic surged through me once more. There was no winning this fight, only evading our fate while we sought safety. "We can't be captured," I cried, urging everyone to press on, feeling as though time hung delicately in the balance. "We need to find a place to hide," I said, scanning the area for any sign of shelter as I felt the shadows closing in around us, a wicked tide threatening to engulf us completely. The light of the crystal flickered again, weaker this time, and I felt an ache of fear wash over my heart. The figures pressed forward, linking together like tendrils of a tornado, swirling with malicious intent, growing in power. I pushed the children toward the thin trees ahead, where if nothing else, we could feign safety momentarily. Quickly, I urged, the shadows gaining ground as we dashed toward the nearest thicket. As we ducked beneath the branches, I felt the shadows writhe, closing the space between us and them, claws grasping for any warmth they could find. In the dim light beneath the branches, I could see the children shaking, their faces pale, eyes wide. Desperation clawed at me as I watched their fear grow. "Hold on tight," I whispered, pulling them in close as I focused on the glowing crystal in my hand, willing its light to grow stronger. "You can't hide forever," the shadows taunted, their voices a sickening blend of pleading and mockery that made my skin crawl. "You will join us," the shadows thrashed angrily, but for now, I could see they hesitated, circling the edges of the thicket. Perhaps it was the strength of the crystal or the thickness of the underbrush that kept them at bay, but the moment felt fragile, a bubble ready to burst. As I held the children close, their quiet breaths filled the air, mingling with the relentless whispers and growls of the shadows, echoing in our ears. I centered myself, gripping the crystal tighter, trying to channel its energy. "Listen to me," I said, my voice steady despite the chaos outside. "We need to stay strong. The light will keep us safe as long as we believe in it." Their small faces looked up at me, fear reflected in their eyes. I could see their tiny hands trembling, clutching my shirt as they huddled closer together. In that heart-stopping moment, I wished I could shield them from the horrors lurking just beyond our refuge. Outside, the shadows writhed with an agitated energy, their whispers filling the air with a sense of despair. "Join us," they echoed. "We can make you whole again." The words wrapped around me like a cold fog, chilling my thoughts. This wasn't a simple encounter. It was a battle for our very souls. I could see them forming into darker shapes, more defined now, drifting closer to the edges of our hiding place. I felt their coldness seep through the branches, invasive and suffocating, seeping into the cracks of my resolve. The way those shadows moved, slithering like dark snakes, made me clench my fists tighter around the crystal. "Hold on," I whispered, concentrating as I pushed my fear down, forcing my heart to steady. I focused on the crystal, willing it to shine brighter, to repel the darkness surrounding us. The light flickered weakly for a moment, struggling against the encroaching despair. Then I noticed a shape skirting the edge of our thicket. It was larger than the others, a hunched figure wrapped in shadows, its elongated arms reaching toward us, fingers curling like dried branches. When its face emerged, I was met with a sight that would haunt me. Hollow eyes devoid of any warmth, just a deep abyss staring right at me, waiting and wanting. A wide grin stretched across its darkened face, cracking like a broken mirror, revealing rows of jagged teeth. "Why do you resist?" it hissed, voice smooth and sinister. "You cannot escape." As it stepped closer, I felt ice grip my spine, the urge to flee surging within me. I couldn't let it see my fear. I couldn't give it the satisfaction. "Get away!" I shouted, raising the crystal high, the light warm against my palm. But the shadows just laughed, a cacophony of terrible delight, mocking my defiance. "Foolish child," the figure sneered. "You think your light can save you? We are everywhere." In that instant, the air thickened, and the shadows began to pulse, rippling like a dark tide drawing nearer. I heard the whispers grow louder, the cacophony enveloping us, drowning out all rational thoughts. "You are ours. You will always be ours." The children flinched at the sound, their little bodies trembling as they pressed against me. I couldn't lose them, not now. "Stay close," I urged, my voice rising above the haunting wails. They clutched at my sides, eyes wide in terror, and I could feel their fear mingling with mine, creating a thick wave of panic. I searched urgently for a way out, realizing we could not remain here. This thicket would become our grave if I didn't find a path to safety. Twisting my body, I peered through the crack in the branches. Outside, the forest was a blur of darkness, but I could faintly see forms spiraling together, shadows converging in on us like an impending swarm. "Now!" I shouted, shoving the children through the narrow opening. "Run!" The moment they were free, I followed them, bursting into the oppressive night once more. The moment my foot touched the ground, I felt the shadows surge forward, fierce and heavy like a storm about to break. We dashed into the uncertain path before us, a narrow trail lined with towering trees that loomed overhead. The flickering light of the crystal illuminated the way, casting long shadows that danced alongside us, reminding me of my pursuers. The howls echoed from behind, wild and chaotic, urging me to run faster. Each scream sent shivers racing through my spine, tugging at my sanity, a reminder that the shadows were right behind us, hungry for my fear. "We can't stop. Don't look back," I yelled, my voice laced with urgency. Branches whipped at us, sharp and biting, as we carved our way through the thick underbrush, the air filled with the scent of damp earth and decay. But just ahead, the path narrowed, turning into an alley of thorns. I gritted my teeth as I pushed through, the sharp edges clawing at my skin as we squeezed between the trees, desperately seeking escape. I could hear the shadows closing in, their laughter rising and falling like a dreadful song, taunting us to turn and give in. Then I saw it, a flicker of light peeking through the trees, a glimmer of hope. "There!" I pointed, desperation spilling out of me as I felt the pulse of the shadows grow closer. "We can make it!" With renewed energy, we raced toward the light, the shadows swirling behind us, furious at our defiance. "You can't escape," they screamed, their voices a chilling echo of rage. "We will swallow you whole." We were almost there, just a few more steps, but the forest seemed to shift around us. Suddenly, large roots erupted from the ground, snaking toward us like long, twisted fingers reaching out of the earth. "No!" I shouted, trying to leap over them, but they coiled around my legs, dragging me down. The children screamed, and I felt their panic pulse through me like a jolt of electricity. With a surge of adrenaline, I fought against the roots, desperation fueling my strength. "Keep going. Don't stop," I yelled at the children, my heart shattering as I saw their terrified faces, helpless and confused as they pulled away from my grasp. The shadows lunged forward, enveloping them. "Join us," they cried, eager and seductive, their voices hungry. "We can make you whole. Just let go." "No, no," I screamed, wrenching myself free from the cold grip of the roots. The crystal pulsed wildly in my hand, and I raised it high, channeling every ounce of light into a blazing beam. The light erupted forward, blasting the shadows with pure energy. They recoiled, shrieking in fury as I charged toward the children who stood frozen, torn between fear and my desperate call. "Grab my hand," I yelled, holding out my arm as I fought through the darkness closing in around me. I could feel the tendrils creeping up, brushing against my skin, cold and clammy, threatening to pull me back into their grasp. "Now!" The children finally obeyed, their small hands reaching back toward me. I felt their tiny fingers grasp mine, and with every ounce of strength, I pulled them to me. "Run!" I shouted again, feeling the shadows swirl dangerously around us, their anger palpable. We raced towards the glimmer of light ahead, unsure of what awaited us, but certain that we needed to keep moving. With the light of the crystal cutting through the thickening darkness, I led the way, dodging the clawing shadows desperate to drag us down. The air crackled with energy, the wild pulse of life amidst the chaos, keeping the shadows at bay just for a moment longer. But as we neared the source of light, I realized with terror that it wasn't the escape I had hoped for. "What's that?" one child whispered, pointing ahead. As we broke through the last stretch of woods, I was met with a horrifying sight: a stone altar standing in the flickering light. The stones were covered in dark stains, glimmers of fresh-looking blood mingling with ancient markings carved into the surface. The realization hit me like a freight train. We weren't just running from shadows. We were part of something far darker, an offering to the unknown. The moment I felt the ground quaking beneath us, I knew something was stirring, something ancient and vile waiting for the next sacrifice. No, I whispered in utter despair as the shadows converged, their forms becoming a swirling mass. They were ready to claim us, to enact their wicked pact. "Don't let go," I urged the children, gripping their hands tighter. With every ounce of will, I focused the crystal's light toward the altar, pushing against the darkness that loomed before us. "That's not for you," I shouted, my voice echoing through the night, an echo of defiance and terrible determination. The shadows writhed, squirming under the brilliance of the crystal, but growing desperate and angry, twisting into monstrous shapes, hungry for our fear. "Join us," they hissed, their voices merging in a haunting chorus that reverberated through my chest. I felt the dread pulling at my very soul, battling with the will to survive. "Never!" I roared, and the crystal's light flared brighter, cutting through the darkness, illuminating the altar and drawing back the swirling forms. But the shadows weren't done. They surged forward, angry and relentless, ready to twist our fate. The altar seemed to pulse with dark energy, a heartbeat of malevolence that beckoned us closer. I had never felt so terrified, so small against something so ancient, so deeply hungry. Something is wrong, I realized, feeling the air charge with dread. This was no mere confrontation. It was a sacrifice spiraling out of control, threatening to lock us into their eternal night. "We have to go. Now!" I yelled, pulling the children away from the altar, my heart racing. With the shadows at our heels, I urged them to run back into the woods, not stopping until we were far from that terrible altar. "My legs hurt," one child cried out, breathing raggedly. "I know it's hard, but we have to keep moving," I replied, glancing back to see the shadows swirling where we had been, their shapes churning angrily, coiling as if deciding their next move. The will of the shadows tugged at my determination, each howl growing more insistent, cold tendrils licking at my resolve. But I fought against it, pushing through, willing myself to keep going, to find safety, whatever that meant now. Suddenly, I felt a shift, a chill enveloping us as a shape appeared in the darkness ahead. It stood still and tall, looming like a dark omen against the pale moonlight. There was something eerily familiar about it, twisting as if born from the very essence of the night. I realized with a sinking feeling that the shadows had coalesced into the very form of dread we had evaded, a monster born from our fears. "Run!" My voice was raw as I screamed again, dragging the children behind me into the gnarled trees, their cries, mingling with the sinister laughter of the shadows, echoing into the depths of despair. As we sprinted through the twisted branches, panic surged like fire, rising within me, burning with the urgency to escape. But the darkness had other plans. I could feel its claws reaching into the air, grasping at us, drawing closer, and they wouldn't stop until they had us. Storms raged within my mind, fear clutching at the edges of my sanity as we raced forward, desperately seeking a way out of this madness. Then I caught sight of a dim glow flickering in the distance, a feeble beacon against the oppressive night. "Over there!" I shouted, urging the children onward, our hearts racing in concert, the flicker of hope drawing us toward it. But the shadows were furious now, lunging forward with a determined ferocity, drawing upon the darkness of the forest. "Faster!" I urged, my voice rising as we pushed through the undergrowth, the path twisting and turning with every step. The air became heavy with dread, and I could feel the shadows behind us, relentless and growing bolder, eager to wrap us in their terrible embrace. "We're almost there," I called, feeling the pulse of light ahead guiding us. But just as we neared the source, The ground trembled violently beneath us, a deep rumble that echoed like the growl of some ancient beast awakening from slumber. I stumbled, nearly collapsing as the children cried out in alarm, their little hands tightening around mine. I turned back to see the shadows coiling, their forms twisting and melding, ready to spring upon us without mercy. "Don't look back!" I yelled, forcing my legs to move, heart pounding like a drum as I focused on the flickering light ahead. "Stay with me. We're not giving up." Suddenly, a figure emerged from the darkness beside the light, shrouded in a haunting glow. It seemed to beckon me, arms outstretched as if ready to pull us from this nightmare. But even as I felt the urge to run toward it, a darker shape slithered in, blocking our path, its insidious whispers lacing through the air. "Turn back, little ones. You're not meant for the light." I could feel despair wrap around my heart, tightening its grip as the shadows danced menacingly, their laughter echoing in the trees. "You have nowhere to go," they taunted. "Join us, and you won't have to suffer anymore." I could feel the shivers creeping up my spine, a cold finger of dread tracing a path along my skin. The shadows shifted closer, their forms melding and swirling like ink in water, coiling with an intention that made my heart race faster. I sensed their hunger, a desperate need to feast on our fear, and I could not let that happen. "No!" I cried, my voice shaking, but I couldn't let my fear overwhelm me. I took a step back, heart pounding louder with each taunting whisper that echoed within the trees. "We're getting out of here!" With every ounce of resolve, I pulled the children closer, feeling their small bodies tremble against mine. "Stick together," I commanded, more to reassure myself than them. But I knew I couldn't show weakness now. The figures in the shadows began to shift, morphing into grotesque shapes as if feeding on the very fear they were creating. I could see their faces, twisted and writhing, mouths open in silent screams, eyes that bore into me with a depth of emptiness that sent chills through my soul. "You belong to us," they hissed, their voices a sickly sweet promise wrapped in venomous lies. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself, desperately searching for a way out. The flicker of light still beckoned from ahead, tempting us like a star in the night sky, but the darkness pressed heavily on us, relentless and consuming. Then I noticed something in the shadows, a shimmering, silvery outline behind a mass of writhing darkness. It flickered like the light of a tiny flame caught in the wind, and my heart leaped. "Look!" I shouted, pointing toward it. "That way!" The children glanced up with wide, fearful eyes, and I could see their strength wavering. The moment stretched, as if the universe held its breath, waiting for us to act. I felt the pulse of impending doom, the shadows curling closer, eager for acceptance, but I had to make the choice to resist. "Now!" I cried, my heart pounding as we sprinted toward the flickering glow. The shadows surged behind us, their grasping tendrils reaching out with a desperate ferocity, merging together into a wave of darkness that threatened to swallow us whole. As we dashed forward, I felt the tendrils brush against my back, icy tendrils clinging and pulling at my skin, whispering promises that set my skin crawling. "You'll never escape," they breathed, the sound tinged with manic delight, coaxing us, inviting us to succumb. Each step felt heavier, like the very ground beneath us was trying to pull us into despair. The light grew brighter with each stride, and I could hear the faint hum of something soothing, almost like a lullaby, coaxing me as we bolted forward. The shadows shrieked in fury around us, their anger palpable, as they twisted in an attempt to block our path. Suddenly, I felt a sudden jolt. One of the children stumbled, their small feet caught in the grasp of a shadowy root, pulling them down. "No!" I screamed, spinning around to reach for them, adrenaline surging. "I can't hold on," they cried, eyes wide with terror as they struggled against the shadow's grip that seemed alive, coiling like a snake around their leg. With desperation rising like bile in my throat, I dashed back, ignoring the icy menace swirling around me. "Let go!" I shouted at the shadows, my voice hoarse and raw. In that moment, Fueled by panic, I grabbed the child's hand and wrenched them free, yanking them upward with every ounce of strength. As we tumbled back onto the path, the shadows howled in frustration, a sound so filled with rage it sent vibrations through the very air around us. "Why do you resist?" they wailed, their shadowy form elongating, distorting as they prepared to lunge again. "Because I won't let you take them," I shouted defiantly, the light flickering brighter in my hand, spilling warmth around us that momentarily pushed back the shadows. The light surged, responding to my determination, creating a barrier that held for just a heartbeat longer. "We're almost there," I yelled, pushing forward again as we neared the glowing outline, the pulse of light growing more inviting. But the shadows weren't done. They mounted one last desperate attack, swirling around us in a chaotic frenzy, their bodies blending into one massive void. "You will join us. Your fear is our feast," they roared, a cacophony of thrumming voices that made my head spin. I glanced back, heart hammering in my chest. The darkness loomed ominously, malevolent and voracious, ready to pounce, hungry for our dread. I pushed the panic down, focusing only on the flickering light ahead. As we sprinted towards it, I could feel the heat of the light mix with the dread of the shadows. With every ounce of strength, I clutched the crystal and leaped into the brightness that beckoned like a beacon promising safety. The world around us shifted instantly as we crossed the threshold, warmth enveloping us in stark contrast to the chill that had clung to our souls. I turned, breathlessly scanning the abyss of shadows behind us, only to find them halted at the edge of the glow, twisting and writhing in frustration. In this new space, time felt different, stretching in a way that made my head swim. The shadows were furious, still trying to claw at us, their anger tangible, but they couldn't breach. The light, cluttered remnants of dark forms faded just beyond our reach, their mouths open in a silent howl of rage. "Are we safe?" one child whispered, clinging to my side, eyes darting nervously. "For now," I replied, scanning the strange landscape around us. It felt like a dream twisted into reality, with shimmering golden light dancing through ethereal trees that whispered as they swayed, unlike the ominous whispers of the forest we had fled. But even in this shimmering place, doubts brewed. "What is this place?" I murmured, stepping forward cautiously. The ground felt soft beneath my feet, like walking on a spring meadow, every step filled with the ethereal glow of peace. But the shadows were still close, their screams haunting and undying even if they lingered just out of sight. Then, from the flickering warmth, a figure emerged, ethereal and mysterious, bathed in the golden glow. It walked towards us, gliding smoothly, eyes shimmering with ancient wisdom as if the universe itself had sent this guardian to help us. "Welcome, brave souls," it said, its voice soothing yet echoing with power. "You've crossed into the realm of light, but darkness still seeks you." "What do we do?" I asked, heart racing again as the shadows roared outside their bounds, the winds shifting ominously around us. "Face your fear," it replied steadily. "The shadows feast on dread. The more you fear, the stronger they grow." My heart sank, the weight of those words settling heavily in my chest. "But they're terrifying. They want to take us?" "Yes," the figure acknowledged, gliding closer, emanating warmth. "But you have the light within. Focus and let it shine. Do not let them dictate your journey." As I absorbed its words, understanding blossomed inside me. The fear I felt was not just something to battle against. It was a force I could control. I didn't have to let it overpower me or my children. "Believe in your light," the figure stated, arms outstretched towards the shadows now swirling angrily, trying to breach the boundary of the glow. "You have the power to illuminate the darkness." With renewed determination, I held the crystal up, feeling its warmth surge through me. The shadows shrieked in anger, thrashing against the boundaries of light with a frenzy. "No," they screamed. "You cannot hold us at bay." But I stood firm, gathering the courage rippling through my veins. "You won't take us," I shouted, lifting the crystal higher, channeling every flicker of light within me. I felt the warmth envelop us, swirling around like the embrace of a protective shield. The shadows recoiled, their forms flickering, disoriented by the brilliance that erupted from me. I dug deep, recalling the strength I had fought to protect this moment, the light that was our beacon of hope. The figure beside me smiled softly, its presence a comfort amidst the chaos. Continue to shine. Let it grow brighter to counter the darkness. The shadowy forms screeched as they bent to the brilliance that erupted from the crystal. Their anguish cries a sharp contrast to the warmth surrounding us. I could feel the power building, energy surging with my confidence, flooding the air around us with a glowing aura. With a deep breath, I unleashed the light in a dazzling wave, pushing it outward like a brilliant tide, strong and protective. You will not keep us here, I declared, my voice resolute, filled with conviction. The light surged forward, pushing the shadows back, illuminating the dark recesses that had once consumed me. I could see their fear mirrored in the abyss where they once prowled, the absolute terror of being banished by the light they had sought to extinguish. Suddenly, the shadows twisted and churned, a dark vortex of rage and despair. You cannot erase us. We are eternal, they shrieked, fighting against the light's burning glow. But I pushed harder, summoning every ounce of strength within me. You don't own us, I bellowed, my voice echoing through the space, cutting through the darkness like a knife. The glow enveloped the shadows like a tidal wave, the furious cries echoing as they began to recede, dissipating into the air. The realm of light brightened, the warmth washing over us like a protective cocoon, enveloping us in peace. For the first time, I felt a flicker of hope blooming in my heart, a light that could unravel even the darkest fears. The shadows howled, their forms dissipating like smoke in the wind, until only whispers remained, fading echoes of their rage. And as silence enveloped the realm, I turned to face the figure, my heart still racing, but now filled with determination. Is it over? I asked, my voice trembling from the release of the fight that had gripped us. The figure smiled gently, its presence calming. You have faced your darkness and emerged stronger. But always remember, it will haunt the light. Will it follow us? I asked, worry tinting my voice as I felt the weight of my responsibility heavy on my shoulders. It may try, it said, glancing toward the shadows fading in the distance. But you can always summon the light. It grows from within. Looking down at the children, I saw their faces brightening after the shadows had been cast away. We're safe now, right? One asked, still clutching my hand. For now, I echoed the figure, feeling a semblance of comfort, but knowing deep down that the shadows would not give up easily. As the glow enveloped us, illuminating this new space of safety, I felt the lingering pulse of darkness in the corners of my mind, swirling and teasing the edges of fear that had once suffocated me. It would be a constant battle, a dance between light and dark. And so, we stood at the precipice of a new journey, bound by courage, light, and a fear that could either empower or destroy. I knew then that our story was far from over, a winding path ahead filled with choices that would define our fate. In the flicker of warmth surrounding us, I took a deep breath, ready to navigate the shadows still lurking not far behind. The bond between us had strengthened, and together, we could face whatever lay ahead. After all, the light was worth fighting for, and even in darkness, there would always be a path to the warmth if we dared to believe. I took a moment to gather my thoughts, the glow warming my skin, giving me a false sense of security. The shadows melted into the background, but their haunting whispers still echoed in my mind like a drumbeat that refused to fade. This place feels strange, I said, glancing around, hoping to distract myself from the fear that crept around the edges of my mind. The glowing trees cast eerie patterns on the ground, their shapes twisting as if they were alive and watching closely. With every step forward, I could almost feel the weight of the shadows lingering behind me, pulling at my heels, trying to draw me back into their cold embrace. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see the dark forms slinking out of the shadows, clawing their way back into our midst. The light pulsated softly around us, urging me forward, away from the darkness that still clung to the edges of my consciousness. I wanted to believe we were safe, but that hope battled fiercely against the memory of despair that lurked within. "We need to keep moving," I urged, forcing myself to step away from the warmth of the glow and deeper into this strange realm. The children followed closely, their expressions a mix of fear and awe as they explored this new reality, which felt like a fragile bubble ready to burst at any moment. My heart raced as I stepped into a clearing, the shim, airing light brightening around me. In the middle stood an ancient stone pedestal, crumbling and weathered, engraved with symbols I couldn't recognize. They danced and shifted under the glow as if they were alive. "What's that?" one of the children whispered, pointing at the pedestal. There was something unsettling about it, a pull that made my skin prickle. "It looks important," I replied, curiosity mingling with caution. I felt a compulsion to approach it, despite the alarm bells ringing in my mind. As I stepped closer, the symbols seemed to shift, forming interlocking patterns that whispered secrets I couldn't quite grasp. A sudden wind swept through the clearing, rustling the leaves around us like hushed voices speaking in an ancient tongue. The shadows responded to the breeze, swirling chaotically just beyond the perimeter of the light. Their whispers rose in volume, taunting us like a distant song of sorrow. "You do not belong here," they crooned, the words dripping with intent, drowning in echoes of despair. I swallowed hard, determination fighting against the growing anxiety that twisted in my gut. "We must uncover what this is," I said, bracing myself and extending a hand toward the pedestal, feeling the warmth of the crystal pulse through my fingertips. As my hand brushed the surface, a shockwave of energy jolted through me, igniting every nerve ending as the world around us shifted. The symbols glowed in response, glowing brighter with every heartbeat, illuminating the clearing with a golden light that pushed against the encroaching shadows. Then, the shadows began to writhe and contort, the air thickening with an electricity that crackled ominously. "Flee while you can, little ones," they howled, the chorus of anguished voices merging into an almost tangible barrier of sound, trying to drown out the light that surged from the pedestal. I grit my teeth, grounding myself in the struggle against their seductive call to terror. "Stay close," I shouted, feeling the pull of darkness trying to yank us back as the shadows churned wildly, snarling with rage at the light being summoned. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath our feet, shaking violently as if the very essence of the forest was responding to the conflict between light and dark. I could see tendrils of shadows snaking closer, curling around the base of the pedestal, threatening to strangle whatever power lay within it. "Help me," I called out, sensing the children's fear rising like a tide around us. They huddled together, eyes filled with terror, and my heart ached for their safety. I couldn't let the shadows take them. "Believe in the light," I shouted, determination surging within me, pouring into the crystal in my hand. I lifted it higher, feeling the energy swell as the pedestal's glow intensified, pushing the shadows back, forcing them to recoil in anger. "No," they screamed, their voices a dissonant symphony of rage. "You cannot banish us. We will claim you as our own." The shadows began to shift and change, distorting into shapes I recognized. Visions of my deepest fears, my past mistakes, each horrifying moment shifting before my eyes like a twisted play. I felt the ground under us shift again, almost like it was trying to swallow us whole, beneath the weight of my own memories turning against me. "Focus," I yelled, shaking my head to clear the dark images away, trying to summon strength from within. The children squeezed my hands, their tiny fingers wrapped tightly around mine, and their courage spurred me on. With every ounce of energy, I channeled our combined fear into the crystal, letting it burst forth, illuminating the dark space as the pedestal flared once again. The icy fingers of despair stripped away like mist in the sunlight, leaving only our resolve. The shadows surged again, a chaotic storm of darkness and despair. But the light intensified, creating a barrier, forcing them back, flickering like a flame fighting against the wind. "You should not have come here," they bellowed, the pain and hunger in their voices mingling with an almost frantic frenzy. The light wrapped around us, swirling in radiant ribbons, knitting us together in a cocoon of warmth and safety. It pulsed like a heartbeat, filling the air with energy, an anthem of resistance against the shadows that searched for vulnerabilities to exploit. Then, from within the chaos, a figure emerged, a dark silhouette breaking through the shadows, lurking at the edge of the light. My heart raced at the sight of it, a grotesque caricature of a person, with elongated limbs and eyes that burned with a deep, unsettling hunger. "Do you think you can deny us?" it hissed, voice like nails dragged across stone. "We will feast on your fears, your memories, until there is nothing left." The image was horrifying, a darkness that seemed to breathe, with a cruel smile that played across its warped features. I could feel its chilling gaze piercing deep into my thoughts, digging for doubt, tearing away at my resolve. "Don't listen to them," I shouted, pushing back against the dread clawing at my heart. "They're trying to scare us." The children stood firm, their eyes wide but resolute, emboldened by my defiance. "Together, we can do this," I said, glancing at them. And in that moment, I felt the bond we shared strengthened, a lifeline against the encroaching terror. The figure before us lunged forward, dark fingers stretching like claws to snatch at our light, but the crystal flared in defiance, bursting with energy that illuminated the shadows, pushing them back into the depths. "No," the figure screeched, its voice a mixture of rage and despair, twisting as it fought against the brilliance. "You cannot escape the darkness within," but I refused to falter. With every breath, I drew strength from the light, the memories of joy and love pouring forth, pushing against the shadows that tried to engulf us. I could feel the darkness beginning to waver, the grotesque figure retreating, panic creeping into its voice as it stumbled into the shadows. "Leave us!" I shouted, the power swelling within me feeding the light, illuminating the forest with a brilliant glow as the shadows melted away. One by one, the grotesque forms began to dissolve into wisps of smoke, their anguished cries ringing out in desperate retreat. The ground stopped trembling, the air turned crisp, and slowly, peace began to wash over us. Yet, I knew the darkness was not gone forever. In the depths of my mind, I could still hear the faint whispers, a reminder that the shadows were always lurking, waiting for a moment of weakness, a crack to seep back in. "Let's keep moving," I said, drawing the children closer as I felt a flicker of nervousness. The glow around us pulsed softly, guiding us onward, but my heart remained heavy. As we walked forward into the unknown, my thoughts raced with every shadow that lingered behind. I needed to stay vigilant, aware that the fight was far from over. In this realm of light, there was safety for now, but the presence of the shadows was a ghost that would not rest. With each step, I felt the weight of expectation pressing down on my shoulders, the responsibility to keep my brave little ones safe. I had faced the darkness, yes, but now we ventured into a deeper mystery, a place where light and dark danced dangerously close, and every turn could lead us into unimaginable horrors yet to unfold. "I won't let them take you," I whispered, steeling my resolve as we moved forward, ready to face whatever lay ahead. As we pressed on, the forest began to change. The warm glow that surrounded us flickered, dimming as if it were reacting to the ominous atmosphere creeping in. Shadows pooled at the base of tree trunks, twisting and shifting like dark pools of liquid, their surfaces writhing in anticipation. "Are we all right?" one of the kids whispered, glancing nervously around. I could see the tension in their tiny bodies, the way their hands trembled as they gripped each other tightly. "Yes, we're okay," I responded, trying to keep my voice steady despite the unease gnawing at my gut. Yet, deep down, I knew the predatory presence of darkness hadn't been vanquished. It lingered like a cloud on the horizon, ready to storm in at the first sign of weakness. The further we went, the more bizarre things became. The trees towered taller, their bark gnarled and twisted, branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. The whispers grew louder too, whispering secrets in a language I could not comprehend. Words wrapped in dread echoed around us. "Do you hear that?" I said, my heart racing. The words were soft, but carried a menacing undertone. The children nodded, eyes wide, fear etched across their faces. "Stay close," I urged, pulling them nearer as we navigated deeper into the eerie landscape. The air felt thicker, heavy with an unsettling chill that seeped into my bones, as though the forest itself had turned against us. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted again. There was a stillness, an expectant silence that made my skin crawl. I could no longer hear the murmurs of the trees. Instead, the air vibrated with a foreboding feeling, like holding your breath right before a storm breaks. I looked around, searching for the source, every instinct screaming that something was very wrong. "Let's keep moving," I said, trying to sound brave while my insides twisted in knots. But before we could take another step, a shiver ran through the ground beneath us, followed by a deep rumble that emanated from the shadows themselves. "Help us," a voice wailed, sounding both human and not, echoing through the dense forest like a ghostly lament, chilling me to the core. "Who's there?" I yelled, knowing full well we might not want to know the answer. There was no response, just a thickening silence. The shadows flickered, twisting into shapes that seemed to laugh mockingly at my fear, taunting me. "What if they take us?" one of the children whispered, their voice trembling. "They won't," I assured, but the truth was I was just as scared. My mind raced through memories of the shadows clawing at our heels. I refused to let the darkness win. We pressed on, adrenaline rushing through my veins. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I spotted something, a flicker of movement behind the trees. I froze, heart pounding as dread pooled in my stomach. "What's that?" I pointed, dread creeping back in. The figure was tall, spindly, with limbs that stretched far beyond what was natural. It twisted and turned, almost like it was dancing, or perhaps mocking us. The face was obscured in shadow, but I could sense the eyes, dark and hollow, fixating upon us with an intensity that felt suffocating. I forced myself to look away, pushing the fear aside. "Keep moving," I whispered, trying to sound more confident than I felt. Each step forward felt like treading into the mouth of a beast, and I sensed the presence behind us drawing closer, creeping out of the shadows to watch, lingering just out of sight. Every rustle in the leaves, every snap of a twig made my heart race. "Are we really safe?" a child asked, small voice echoing my own fears. "Of course," I managed, plastering a grin onto my face. But the shadows at the edges of our light grew thicker, swirling like a living fog, the whispers returning, this time more insistent, clawing at my sanity. "Turn back," they hissed, tongues flicking like serpents. "You don't belong here." The wind howled, carrying their sinister message, and I glanced back once again, my resolve beginning to falter. "We can't go back now," I said, pulling the children closer again. "We have to find a way through. We have to keep fighting." But as I uttered those words, a strange fog began to fill the space around us, creeping closer, wrapping around our legs like icy tendrils. I tried to push it away, but the shadows thickened as they encased us, swirling into a chaotic dance, blocking out the light that had protected us. Panic surged through me, and in that moment, I remembered the pedestal, the pure energy we had drawn from it. But where was it now? I felt disconnected from the power that had once surged through me. The light was being consumed, overrun by the encroaching darkness. "Faster!" I shouted, clutching the crystal tightly. "Don't let them take your light." But the shadows were relentless, clawing at my mind, each stroke deeper than the last, drawing forth one of my past fears, a memory long buried beneath the surface. I was back in the darkness, haunted by mistakes that made me cringe with regret. Suddenly, The child right next to me gasped, pointing to the ground. "Look!" I followed their gaze, and my blood ran cold. The fog was swirling, forming shapes that looked like twisted versions of us. Horrific caricatures with gaunt expressions, warped and grotesque, mocking us from the ground. "Let's get out!" I shouted, panic bubbling over. We broke into a sprint, trying to escape the suffocating embrace. But the shadows clung to our feet, like cobwebs refusing to let go. Every step felt heavy. Each breath turned into a gasp of dread as the shadows reached for us. Their whispers now a furious cacophony of mocking laughter and threats. "You cannot run from what is inside. You belong to us," they screeched, spiraling into a thunderous roar that rumbled through the air. I fought to stay focused, holding onto the light even as it flickered, desperate to pull the children through this nightmare. We stumbled into a small opening just ahead, where the trees parted as if inviting us to seek refuge. But once inside, the shadows pressed in, swirling around us like a storm, the grotesque figures rising from the ground in a threatening crowd. They drew nearer, eyes gleaming with cruel delight, ready to take what they felt was theirs. "Don't give in!" I screamed, raising the crystal high above my head, drawing from the last shreds of energy. "You are nothing!" The moment the light flared, I felt a rush of power surge through me once more. But the shadows slammed against the barrier, shadows writhing and reaching, clawing at the edges of the glow. A sight both horrifying and mesmerizing unfolded before us. A battle of light against darkness that intertwined in a dance of despair, shadows pulling on my fear, trying to make me falter. "Hold tight!" I yelled to the children, their hands still gripping mine tightly as the figures pressed closer, twisting and contorting, merging into one massive shadow, a looming dark cloud that seemed to swallow the light whole. "We will consume you," the dark mass roared, a voice that echoed from the depths of the void. But I pressed on, my heart pounding in my chest. "This isn't the end," I declared, pouring everything I had into the crystal. I could see the surge of light pushing back against the encroaching forms, but it felt like a losing battle. In that moment of desperation, I glanced at the children. Their faces reflected the fear and resolve that mirrored my own. "Together!" I shouted, urging them to lend their energy to mine. As they raised their little hands, a bond formed among us, a surge of unity that sent a jolt of strength through me. The light burst forth, bright enough to pierce the deep shadows, momentarily disorienting the twisted forms. "You cannot take us," I yelled, channeling every ounce of courage into that one brilliant spark we had created together. The energy pulsed, raw and unyielding, ripping through the shadows as I felt the fear transform into determination. For a fleeting moment, I could see the grotesque figures falter, the darkness recoiling as it thrashed against the powerful glow. "This light will not falter," I screamed into the darkness that enveloped us. But deep inside, I knew that we were fighting more than just the shadows. We were contending with a darkness that thrived on our very essence. As the moment stretched, everything seemed to blur between reality and horror, the boundaries of fear shifting like shadows themselves. "Don't stop. We're almost there," I urged, pushing my will against the oppressive gloom. I could feel our light gaining strength, pushing against the monstrous forms that writhing around us like vipers, desperate to reclaim their hold. And in that moment, amidst the chaos, I realized the shadows might always be a part of my journey. They thrived on fear, gathering in the corners of my mind, but now there was a different spark, a light we had kindled together. "Let's go!" I shouted as the light surged, rushing forward as we pressed through the swirling darkness, leaving behind the twisted shadows and the haunting mockery that sought to drag us back into despair. I felt alive, a renewed fire blazing inside as we sprinted towards the far end of the clearing. The horrific laughter faded behind us, yet the knowledge that darkness still loomed nearby filled my heart with resolve. Together we emerged, racing forward, ready to face whatever mysteries awaited in this strange realm. And as I breathed in the cool, crisp air, I understood we would continue this fight, not just against the shadows that hunted us, but also within ourselves. There would always be shadows on the edge of the light, but as long as we held on to each other, they would never take away our spark. As we burst through the tree line, a disorienting sight met our eyes. The ground was littered with strange, glimmering stones, each pulsing gently like a heartbeat beneath our feet. They cast an eerie light, shifting colors from deep purple to ghostly green, illuminating our path but adding to the air of unease. What is this place? I wondered aloud, scanning the horizon. The landscape was otherworldly, a surreal blend of vibrant colors and ominous shadows. Trees twisted into grotesque shapes, their bark resembling faces contorted in silent screams. Anxiety bubbled in my chest as I felt the weight of unseen eyes watching us from the depths of the forest. Maybe we should go back, one of the kids whispered, glancing nervously over their shoulder. I could sense their fear creeping back in like a chilling fog. No, I said firmly, my voice echoing in this strange environment. We need to move forward. There may be safety ahead, and we can't let them catch us. But as I spoke, the air around us thickened, growing heavier with a palpable dread. The shadows at the edges seemed to stretch, curling like smoke, making it seem as if the darkness was alive, waiting and watching. Suddenly, a rustle echoed from behind us, breaking the tense silence. I turned, my heart pounding. The shadows shifted, twisting into long, spindly arms reaching towards us, beckoning us back into the forest's embrace. They whispered my name, soft and tempting. "Come back," they cooed, the voices soothing yet menacing. "You don't belong here. You can't escape." My breaths quickened as I pushed the thought away. "Stay strong," I urged the children, squeezing their hands tighter. "We have to keep moving." Then, slowly, the stones began to vibrate beneath our feet, sending a tremor through the ground. A low hum emanated from them, a sound that felt like a warning. The atmosphere pulsed with a rhythm, a heartbeat of something sinister lurking just beneath. "Do you feel that?" I asked, voice shaky. The children nodded, expressions tight with fear. The ground thrummed, resonating deep within our chests, as if the earth itself was alive and aware of our presence. As we ventured further, shapes emerged from the shadows, flickering at the edges of our vision. Faceless figures danced just out of reach, their movements erratic and unnatural, with limbs that stretched and twisted in grotesque ways. They were more shadow than substance, a whisper of whatever horrors lay in this cursed place. One of the children gasped, pointing. "Look!" My heart lurched as I followed their gaze. The faceless figures stopped suddenly, turning in unison towards us, their shifts melding with the shadows like smoke absorbing light. Their movements were unnerving, slow yet deliberate, as if they were sizing us up. Panic surged through my veins, and instinct drove me into action. "Run!" I shouted, pulling the children as we sprinted forward, the landscape becoming a blur of colors and shadows. The vibrating stones pulsed in rhythm with our heartbeat, pressing against us as we fled. But the figures pursued, gliding effortlessly through the air, arms outstretched as if eager to snatch us back. I could hear their laughter, high-pitched and echoing, the sound weaving a web of terror around us. It was a chilling melody that danced on the edge of madness, pulling at my sanity. I pushed the children forward, focusing on the path illuminated by the strange stones. The air grew colder, a biting chill creeping in as the shadows thickened, wrapping around us like a cloak of despair. Just then, I stumbled, almost falling over a gnarled root protruding from the ground. The stones flared brightly in alarm, casting wild shadows that danced menacingly around us. I regained my footing, but the moment of hesitation set us back. The figures glided closer, their laughter turning darker, more sinister. "Let's find shelter," I called out, spotting an archway formed by two twisted trees. The entry appeared inviting yet daunting, a haven from the pursuing darkness. Dragging the children with me, I dashed toward it, heart racing as I could feel the cool shadows at our backs. Inside the archway, the air shifted dramatically. It was thick, almost tangible, wrapping around us like heavy fog. The stones poured an eerie light, revealing a cavernous space with walls shimmering like liquid glass. I dared to take a breath and scanned our surroundings. "What is this place?" I whispered, a sense of dread settling in my stomach. The walls pulsed as if they were breathing, and faint whispers drifted through the air, intertwining with the light. It felt like being inside a creature ready to engulf us. Suddenly, the shadows pooled at the entrance we had just passed through, swirling and shifting. The figures appeared, pressing against the threshold, unable to enter that sacred space but eager to drag us back. Their laughter echoed like distant thunder, chilling and mocking. "You can't hide forever," they taunted, their voices intermingling in a horrifying symphony. "We will find you, and when we do, the darkness will consume you." Fear prickled down my spine, but I stood firm, holding onto the children tightly. "They can't get us here," I muttered, trying to convince myself. But deep down, I could feel the weight of their sinister promise lingering in the air. "What do we do now?" one child asked, eyes wide with fear. "Stay quiet and wait," I urged, scanning the walls for any signs of an exit, heart racing with uncertainty. The whispers intensified, growing more insistent, wrapping around us like vines seeking to choke the light. I leaned closer to the crystal, feeling its warmth beneath my fingertips. "If we can just gather enough strength," I thought, but the stone's glow dimmed, flickering like a candle battling the wind. I felt the shadows pressing closer, their twisted forms writhing in impatience. "We're not alone," I breathed, eyes darting. "There's something else here." In that moment of dread, I noticed a shadow coalescing in the far corner of the chamber, coiling and twisting like smoke. It was darker than the other shadows, pulsating and undulating in a rhythm that matched the heartbeat of the room. "What is that?" I whispered, feeling the hairs on my neck stand on end. As if answering my unspoken question, the mass expanded, revealing a shape, a figure, tall and ominous. Its presence radiated a chilling aura. A gaping mouth formed, wide and hollow, stretching unnaturally across its face. "You think you can escape?" it murmured, voice low and dripping with malice. I felt my courage waver, but I couldn't allow the children to sense my fear. "We will find a way out," I said, trying to project confidence. The figure seemed to laugh, a sound so chilling it echoed in my bones. Just then, the walls shimmered brighter, pulses of light blaring, as if they were responding to the fear we radiated. I realized the crystals trapped in the walls were absorbing our energy, feeding off the very essence of our fear. "They're drawing our strength," I shouted, the realization igniting a spark of determination within me. "We have to fight back." With a surge of energy, I raised the glowing crystal, pouring every ounce of willpower into it. "Together," I called, and the children joined me, hands raised high in defiance, focusing all of our light toward the shadowy figure looming before us. The room erupted in a brilliant light, a burst of radiance that sent ripples through the darkness. The shadows recoiled, screeching as they were pushed back, the figure vanishing momentarily as if struck by the brilliance. The air sizzled with energy, carrying a sense of raw power. "Keep pushing," I shouted, feeling the shadows stir again, collapsing into dark heaps along the edges of the chamber, eager to reclaim what we had fought so hard to keep. The walls pulsed a vivid blue, drawing energy from our fear, transforming it into something bright and pure. I could feel the barrier between light and dark strengthening, but it was a race against time, and the figure would return. "We have to find a way out of here," I yelled, feeling the energy shifting. The shadows began to swirl in defiance, eager to disrupt our growing light, like storm clouds closing in again after a brief, clear sky. Suddenly, something caught my eye. A thin crack appeared in the wall of shimmering glass, a narrow slit of dark space beyond. "There!" I pointed. "That might be our way out." "We have to go," I urged, knowing we didn't have much time before the malevolent forces regained their strength. We sprinted toward the crack, filled with urgency and fear. I felt the ground tremble as the darkness surged, the shadows whipping through the chamber like angry serpents. "Now!" I shouted, diving through the fissure as the children followed closely behind. As we tumbled into chaos, I felt the suffocating grip of shadows clawing at my heels, desperately trying to pull us back. I could hear the whispers growing louder, echoing warnings and threats, but I pushed them away, focusing on the light surrounding us. The moment we broke through, we landed in a darkened glade, every breath filled with the scent of damp earth and decay. A cold wind whipped around us, sending chills down my spine. Behind us, the crack began to close, shadows desperately thrashing, lingering on the edge of our escape, but we had made it, for now. Panting, I took a moment to survey our surroundings. A moon hung overhead, casting a ghostly glow over the vast landscape ahead. The ground was littered with ancient stones, their surfaces engraved with symbols I couldn't quite decipher. It felt like a forgotten realm, where time had ceased to exist. "Where are we?" one child asked, eyes wide with wonder and fear. "I don't know," I admitted, unease creeping back in. "But we can't stop. We have to keep moving." And as we ventured deeper into this new landscape, the uncertainty gripped me once more. The shadows were not far behind, and I could feel them stirring in the recesses of my mind, plotting their next move, waiting for the moment they could pounce. With every step, I resolved to uncover the secrets of this mysterious, dark realm, knowing that the shadows lurked in the corners of my thoughts, eagerly watching, always hungry. I was determined to face them again, ready to fight, ready to push back against the darkness that threatened to consume us once more. Would we succeed in our quest for safety, or were we just delaying the inevitable? Only time would tell, and I was ready to confront whatever horror awaited us in this strange new world. As we stepped further into the glade, the air turned thick, heavy with an unsettling stillness. I felt an unnatural chill creeping over me, as if the very trees were holding their breath, waiting, watching. The shadows seemed to stretch and slither along the ground, whispering secrets just out of earshot, a cacophony of muffled voices swarming in my mind. "Stay close," I warned the children, trying to sound calm, even though I felt anything but. The trees loomed overhead like ancient sentinels, their bark glistening black in the moonlight, but there was something wrong, something off about them. I could see faces etched into the bark, twisted expressions of sorrow and despair. It was almost as if the trees had absorbed the pain of the very souls that had wandered into this haunted place before us. My skin prickled as I imagined those faces coming to life, reaching out to drag us into the darkness. A low growl broke the silence, rumbling from somewhere deep in the shadows. My heart raced, pounding in my chest as I scanned our surroundings, desperately searching for the source. My breath hitched when I spotted movement out of the corner of my eye. Dark figures slipping between the trees, fluid and animalistic, their eyes glowing like embers in the night. "Did you see that?" I asked, urgency climbing in my voice. The children nodded but followed closely, fear etched on their faces. Without warning, the growl became a snarl, a sound so primal it resonated within me. The air shifted, charged with tension as the figures darted closer, silhouettes that blended seamlessly with the night. I realized then we had stumbled into their territory, an arena of beasts lurking just out of sight, drawn to our light like moths to a flame. "Run!" I yelled, adrenaline surging through my veins. We broke into a sprint, the precious warmth of our light fading as we raced deeper into the shadows. Branches snapped behind us, the sound close and menacing, as if whatever hunted us was gaining ground. I could feel the darkness reaching, tendrils licking around my ankles, trying to hold me back, to pull me into its grasp. "Faster," I urged, the children's breaths heavy and labored. We dashed towards a grove, hoping for the safety of the clearing where the moonlight bathed the ground. When we reached it, I turned to catch my breath, but there was no time. The figures were upon us. They emerged from the trees, sleek and fast, revealing themselves in a blur of fur and shadow, elongated bodies gliding through the air, eyes glimmering with hunger. "Stay behind me," I shouted, adrenaline pulsing in time with my heartbeat. The creatures halted just short of us, circling like wolves, their growls low and rumbling, teeth sharp and glistening. I could see their eyes, intelligent yet wild, filled with malevolence as they assessed their prey. Panic welled within me. Their shadows flickered in the moonlight, darting around us in chaotic patterns, as if they were testing our resolve. "What do they want?" one of the children whispered, trembling beside me. "I don't know," I replied, my voice trembling with barely suppressed fear. "But we must not show weakness." I felt an impulse to reach for the crystal, hoping it would protect us, but the shadows felt heavier now, swallowing our light like a sponge. The creatures edged closer, their snouts quivering in the night air, as if drawing in our scent. Then, one of them paused, its gaze locking onto mine. In that moment, I realized they weren't just beasts. They were something darker, twisted by the fear that permeated this cursed land. The air thickened as their growls turned into chilling laughter, reverberating in my chest, mocking our plight. "Flee," they seemed to say, but it was laced with a sickening kind of glee. It was as if they relished our fear, fed on it, and I felt a wave of despair wash over me. Suddenly, one lunged forward, jaws snapping inches from my face. I recoiled, stumbling back, instinct kicking in as I pushed the children away from the beast. "Run!" I screamed, adrenaline fueling my legs as we tore away from the menacing pack. The nightscape blurred around us as we sprinted, each step driven by raw terror. I could hear the clattering of claws against the ground behind us, the sound echoing like a haunting drumbeat. Pushing through the dense underbrush, I felt branches clawing at my skin as if the forest itself was trying to hold us back, trapping us in its dark embrace. After what felt like an eternity, we burst into another clearing, panting hard, desperation clawing at my throat. The moon shone down brighter here, illuminating a stone altar at the center, overgrown with vines and shimmering moss. "What is this place?" one child gasped, eyes wide. "I don't know," I replied, my gaze resting on the altar. There was a dark, empty basin at the top, and strange markings coated the surface, exuding an energy that felt almost alive. Goosebumps crept up my arms, and I instinctively took a step back. But before I could draw the children away, shadows flickered around the altar, swirling above it like smoke rising from a fire. The figures that had chased us emerged from the darkness again, more numerous now, and their laughter continued to echo in the night. "Do you dare to confront us?" a voice hissed. It resembled the wind, but it was filled with sinister delight, and I felt the hairs on the back of my neck rise as I gripped the crystal tightly. I glanced at the children, their faces pale with fear, and my heart broke for them. "We have to stand together now," I declared, eyes fixed on the swirling mass. "We can't let them take us." I stepped toward the altar, feeling a pull from it, a resonance that called to the crystal in my hand. "We need to harness this energy," I realized. "It's our only hope." As I approached, the shadows whipped violently in protest, angry howls rising from the depths of the darkness. "Leave this place," they shrieked, voices filled with disdain. Ignoring their threats, I reached the altar and raised the crystal high. "We reject your darkness," I shouted, filled with a surge of courage. Light erupted from the crystal, spilling over the altar, illuminating the markings, revealing ancient runes etched into the stone. The moment the light touched the altar, the shadows writhed and screamed, twisting as if in great pain. "You fool! You have awakened what was meant to lie still," they howled, their sinister expressions contorted in fury. A tremor rippled through the ground beneath us, shaking the very foundation of this eerie realm. My heart raced, pounding in time with the energy that surged from the altar. I could feel a connection forming, the light merging with my essence, becoming an extension of my soul. Together, I cried to the children, pulling them close. Channel your energy into the crystal. We can't allow them to win. As we focused our energy, the light intensified, cascading over the altar and into the swirling shadows. The air crackled with electricity, filling the space with both fear and exhilaration. I could see the shadowy figures falter, a flicker of uncertainty in their eyes. But they regrouped, snarling. "You won't escape this," they screeched, their voices merging into a terrifying roar. But we pressed on, our collective light pushing against the tide of darkness. I felt the power of our unity shifting the balance, slowly weakening the grip of the monsters looming in the shadows. But just as the light began to push back, something even darker emerged from within the shadows, a creature born from the void itself. It loomed large, a twisted mass with eyes that bore into my soul, glimmering with a malevolence that chilled me to the core. "Alaster," it whispered, name curling around my mind like smoke. "You think you can wield what should have been buried? You are but a flicker in the vastness of night." "Yes," I answered, though my words trembled with fear. "But we will not let you consume us." I lifted the crystal higher, pouring every ounce of strength and hope into it, ready to confront this new terror. The battle was far from over. We were on the precipice of a confrontation, and there was no turning back. The shadows howled a mournful cry, the darkness swirling violently, but I could feel our light holding strong against it. I knew I had to defeat this creature, to protect the children, and to put an end to the terror that loomed over us. I took a deep breath, standing tall against the encroaching darkness. The fate of our escape rested in my hands. Would we shatter the hold of this nightmare, or would we succumb like so many before us? The answer lay in the heart of the battle, and I was ready. The darkness roared around us, a heavy, suffocating force determined to snuff out our fragile light. Alaster, the embodiment of shadow and horror, towered above, its form shifting and churning like smoke caught in a tempest. I could see its eyes, endless voids filled with an ancient, twisted malice, and I felt my heart race in fear. "Feed on their strength," it whispered, its voice curling around my mind like a vice, drawing out the deepest fears I kept hidden. Shadows surged forward, writhing and coiling around the altar, thick tendrils reaching for us, hungry for our light. I tightened my grip on the crystal, heart pounding, a desperate hope flickering within me. The children huddled close, their eyes wide with terror, and I could feel their fear mixing with mine, a potent cocktail that might very well fuel the darkness if we were not careful. "Focus. We're stronger together," I urged, trying to quell my own rising panic. "Don't let it get to you." The faint glow of the crystal pulsed rhythmically, responding to our combined energy, a beacon pushing against the encroaching shadows. Alaster's form twisted, distorting further, and it let out a haunting laugh that echoed through the clearing, resonating in our bones. "You think you can resist?" it taunted, shadows dancing and flickering, creating nightmarish shapes that were all too real. I swallowed, feeling bile rise in my throat as those shapes morphed into grotesque forms. Faces twisted in agony and sorrow, eyes pleading as if they begged for release. Were those the souls who had come before us, lost to the shadows? Had they tried to fight and failed? "We can't end up like them," I whispered, half to myself and half to the children. "We won't." With every ounce of resolve I could muster, I stepped forward, narrowing the distance with Alaster. The crystal began to resonate more powerfully, thrumming with energy that coursed through me like wildfire. The shadows writhed, pulled back by the intensity of the light, but Alaster smiled, a deep and unsettling grin that stretched unnaturally across its formless face. "Feel the hopelessness," it hissed, its voice dripping with despair, as if it had woven every suffering soul's pain into that one phrase. "Embrace it." The shadows lunged, striking from every direction, slick and murky, nearly tangible as they brushed against my skin. I gasped as a cold chill crept up my spine, their icy touch creeping beneath my clothes, and I could feel a pull, a lure toward surrender. urging me to give in to the dark despair that Alaster promised. But then I felt a warmth blooming in my chest, the memory of laughter, light, and love flooding my mind. I thought of the children, their innocent faces filled with hope, and I clung to that warmth like a lifeline. "We will not be consumed," I shouted, defiance surging through me. The crystal blazed brighter, casting harsh shadows that recoiled in agony, and for a moment, the pressure from Alaster's presence weakened. "What?" it screeched, surprise laced with fury, but I pressed forward, knowing this was our chance. I had to banish it, to reclaim the light that belonged to us. Summoning every bit of courage, I reached out with the crystal, directing its light toward the writhing mass of Alaster's form. The darkness let out a furious howl, the ground trembling beneath us as though it were alive, quaking in protest. But that howl was not a sound of victory. It was fear. I realized that we had struck a nerve. Alaster didn't want us to remember our light. It fed on our despair, thrived in our darkness. And as I pressed on, forcing the light to flood the area, the twisted faces in the shadows began to dissolve, melting away into wisps of thick smoke that drifted into the night. "No!" Alaster screamed, its voice shaking with rage. Shadows flared in retaliation, but we pushed back harder, sinking our energies into the crystal. The night seemed to split open as the shadows recoiled further, churning as if debating whether to flee or fight. "Together!" I cried out, looking at the children, feeling their warm hands clasped around mine. "Feel your strength. Draw from it." The crystal pulsed with brilliance, and as if something primal was awakened in the very depths of the earth, the bright energy shot out like a beacon, illuminating the entire grove. The air vibrated with intensity, the light drawing all the darkness toward it. And as it did, the shadows screamed, a cacophony of terror that filled the night. "Your light is futile," Alaster shrieked, but I could hear the tremor in its voice, the fissures of doubt creeping in. "You cannot escape the void." With every ounce of resolve, I pressed the crystal forward, feeling the ground crack beneath my feet. The shadows twisted and surged like an ocean in a storm, fierce and chaotic. I refused to let fear take hold. "You're wrong," I shouted, the words igniting the air around us. "I choose to fight." The light erupted in a final push, brighter than the sun, tearing through the darkness. I could see Alaster recoil, its form dissolving under the sheer force of our combined light, revealing layers of grotesque shapes beneath. Each one was another face, another soul lost, screaming silently as they faded into the brightness. But even as I felt the tide shifting, knew we were pushing back the shadows, a final veil of despair clawed at my heart. What would it mean to conquer this darkness? Would it destroy the remnants of every lost soul it had consumed? "Help us," I implored, projecting the energy outward toward the shadows that swirled and churned, mixing memories of fear and sorrow. I hoped to lift those burdens, to release them from their torment. But as I did, the ground shook with a violent tremor, and the air crackled with repressed energy, rising with a thunderous roar. It felt as though the entire forest quaked in response, branches snapping and trees uprooting themselves, wild chaos descending upon us. And in that moment, I saw a flicker beyond the swirling shadows, a haunting silhouette, a shape that made my very essence tremble. "Help us!" I cried again, but the shadow was maleficent and twisted, eyes glinting like polished stones glowing with a hunger that chilled my blood. Fear flooded every nerve in my body as I realized this wasn't just any shadow. It was something ancient and powerful, a being that thrived in the chaos of light and dark, and it had awakened. The ground began to crack, fissures blossoming with dark energy that pulsated like a heartbeat, as though the earth has taken a great breath and refused to exhale. Dark shapes began swirling, converging toward that new silhouette, and I realized my fight was far from over. Despite the relentless struggle, I felt the strength of our light trying to reclaim its hold. The very essence of the crystal pulsed against my palm, reassuring me that even the darkest shadows could not consume hope. But could we withstand this new challenge? Could I protect the children from the horrors that lurked as I pressed forward, light blazing in defiance? I drew a deep breath and steadied myself, feeling the weight of what was to come settle in my bones, ready for the unyielding clash that awaited us in the heart of the engulfing night. The shapeless darkness was preparing for a counterattack, a final act of vengeance against anyone foolish enough to challenge its dominion. I could feel its power surging, an unrelenting tide that threatened to drown us in despair. Yet even as the chaos reached its peak, a voice within me whispered hope. So long as we stood united, we could wield the light of countless souls that sought freedom from their suffering. Together, I urged again, my voice carrying strength bolstered by determination. This is our moment, and as the shadows stirred and encroached upon us, I knew we were about to face the ultimate test, the defining moment that could seal our fates forever, pulling us deeper into the abyss, or lighting our path to freedom. The clash was inevitable, and as I stood on that precipice, the outcome was uncertain, but there was one thing I would not do. I would not back down. I would not let the darkness win. Not now. Not ever. As I stood firm against the chaos brewing around us, the shadows began to swirl more violently, crashing against the light we had generated like waves battering a frail boat. Alastair's form shifted and pulsed, becoming even more frenzied, revealing glimpses of twisted faces that howled in silent agony, locked in a perpetual state of despair. I could see them clearly now. Once humanity, now just echoes of lost souls consumed by darkness. I tightened my grip on the crystal, feeling the warmth on my skin surge as my resolve strengthened. Did I have the power to save them? Would my actions be enough to unravel the grip of despair woven into their very existence? Each wave of shadow pressed closer, and an icy dread wrapped around my heart, trying to extinguish the flickering hope we had ignited. I could sense they were desperate to pull me into their depths. Desperation tasted bitter in the air, tangy like metal. "Focus," I shouted, forcing the fear from my voice. "Don't. Let them take you." I turned to face the children, their faces reflecting the terror that was now my own. Their eyes flickered, caught between fear and a budding glimmer of hope, and I felt a wave of pride flow through me. They were stronger than they knew. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently, sending us stumbling as if the ground had come alive beneath our feet. Dark tendrils shot up, grasping at the air like desperate hands, trying to pull us down into the abyss. I could almost hear the earth itself crying out, each tremor resonating with the anguish of those trapped souls. I thought I glimpsed movement in the dark, a flicker of something massive, something ancient and terrible shifting just outside the edges of our light. "Don't look! Keep your eyes on the light!" I screamed, trying to rally our spirits. But the temptation to look was like a siren's call, seductive and deadly. I needed to keep them focused, to remind them what we were fighting for. Our bond was our strength, and together we could banish the darkness. Just when I thought we stood a fighting chance, Alastair lunged forward, its dark tendrils snapping toward us with blinding speed. I felt a rush of cold air, as if the breath of 1,000 curses extinguished the warmth of the light at our feet. It sprang with ferocity, a dark cloud intent on enveloping us completely. "Scatter!" I shouted, unable to swallow the growing panic. We separated instinctively, a desperate attempt to avoid being trapped within a single monstrous grasp. The shadows lashed out, tearing at the ground around us, whipping through the air with a terrible wailing that pierced the night. It echoed in my ears, a dreadful promise of despair as I ran, darting from place to place, barely escaping the clutches of Alastair's shadows. In my peripheral vision, I spotted the altar, its surface glimmering faintly despite the chaos. What if it could help us? If we harnessed the last remnants of its power, maybe we could seal the darkness away. With determination surrounding me, I darted toward it, heart pounding in rhythm with the chaos, the crystal still clutched tightly in my grasp. As I reached the altar, The shadows surged in response, roiling in fury, their howls mingling with the sounds of the trembling ground. I could see the twisted masks of despair in the dark, their faces warped with rage, mouths screaming silent curses at me. I felt the weight of their anger pressing down, trying to choke out my light. "Feed the altar!" I screamed to the children, eyes wild with desperation. "Give it your energy!" They hesitated for a fleeting moment, but then the realization hit. We were near the edge, fighting against a darkness that wanted to devour us whole. Their small voices joined mine in a chant, rising above the chaos like a prayer mixed with defiance. The air around us thickened, and I poured every ounce of strength into the crystal, feeling it pulse in response like a heartbeat. The altar began to glow, a soft light cutting through the oppressive shadows, illuminating the grotesque faces that lurked at the edges. The ephemeral shapes shrieked in agony, twisting further into oblivion as the light poured forth, and I felt a flicker of belief surge among us. But Alaster was furious. The creature roared, the sound vibrating through my bones as it attempted to reclaim its hold. I saw its form contorting, morphing into nightmarish shapes that lunged toward us. Tendrils of darkness whipped through the air, striking out blindly and wildly, snatching at the very essence of our light. I braced myself, feeling the crashing wave of shadow against my back, forcing me against the altar's edge. "Keep it steady," I yelled, trying to keep the children focused. The altar glowed brighter in response, the markings on its surface pulsating with energy, absorbing our fears and our courage. Suddenly, as if the darkness recognized a new source of power, a shadow broke free from Alaster's embrace, a monstrous shape, larger than anything I had encountered. It loomed, dawning upon us like a storm cloud ready to unleash fury. I caught its eyes, reflecting a deeper night, and the freezing fear washed over me like ice, nearly paralyzing. "Is it a monster?" one of the children whispered, their voice trembling. "No," I breathed, eyes fixed on the terror before us. "It's a manifestation of his despair, a dark mirror reflecting our fears." Just then, the shadow lunged toward us, explosive, seeking to crush everything in its path. I felt my heart quicken, a rush of instinct driving me to protect the children. Using every bit of strength, I drew the crystal back, the brilliance exploding in a dazzling burst of light that shattered through the encroaching darkness. The light sprung to life, rebounding off the grotesque form while surrounding the altar like a protective barrier. The towering shadow reeled back, letting out a bone-chilling shriek that echoed in the depths of the forest, threatening to shatter the very air around us. It staggered, caught in the light's embrace, and I saw a moment of vulnerability flash across its twisted features. Was it fear or sorrow? "Now!" I commanded, the intensity in my voice becoming a rallying cry. "Push it back!" Together, we triumphantly held the crystal forward, pouring all our hope into that radiant light, pushing against every ounce of darkness swirling before us. The shadows screeched in protest, swelling against us like an ocean, but they were being driven back, gradually at first, then with greater strength. Yet I knew it wouldn't last. My hands trembled, and a creeping exhaustion clawed at my spirit. What if it wasn't enough? Just as I feared surrender, I felt a strange warmth rising from my chest, a memory of love, laughter, and light, igniting like fire within me. It surged forth, wrapping around the children, enveloping us all. They were not just pawns, they were my allies in this fight. With newfound resolve, I pushed the crystal higher, and as the darkness howled in anguish, I caught a glimpse of the grotesque shadows morphing rapidly, as if trying to escape the grasp of our light. "It's working! Keep going!" And as we fought, I realized I was not alone. The spirits of those lost to Alaster, for so long trapped in despair, began to rise from the shadows, their specters infused with the light we channeled, reaching toward the sky. They shimmered like distant stars breaking through a stormy night, washing away the weight of darkness. The shadow writhing before us crumbled under the weight of their collective spirits. Alastair's fury twisted it into ungodly shapes, but I felt the light piercing through, resonating with each soul set free, until only Alastair stood before us, dark, pulsing, and enraged. "Foolish mortals," it bellowed, but its voice trembled now, uncertainty lurking beneath the malicious tone. "You cannot vanquish what you do not understand." The shadows that rushed to protect it began to shrink, torn apart by the remnants of our light. I surged forward, drawing closer to the altar, and as I did, the light became blinding, illuminating the spaces around us, showing hidden paths and deeper fears waiting to be faced. Would we be able to confront those fears? Would we see what lay beyond the light and shadows? The price of our freedom was yet to be paid, and the darkness still loomed large, desperate for one last shred of despair to cling to. As I charged ahead, surrounded by the warmth of the spirits and the children, I knew we were still in the midst of our greatest challenge. But for the first time, I felt hope blooming like a flower amidst the ruins. "Toj! There!" I shouted, the words ringing clear above the chaos. "We will reclaim our light." And with that, we prepared to face the remaining shadows, heart pounding and hope rising, ready for the final confrontation with the darkness that threatened to consume us all. As I prepared myself for the final confrontation with the swirling darkness, a heavy stillness fell across the grove. The weight of the moment pressed down on me, almost suffocating. I could feel the intensity rising like smoke in the air, coiling and twisting around us, taunting and teasing. Alastair still loomed, a mass of shadow and malice, its form flickering like a flame about to be snuffed out. The faces trapped within its depths wailed silently, their eyes wide and filled with a pleading that echoed in my heart. I couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow for them. Were they like us, once filled with hope and dreams? I'd never forget their cries, and I felt a flicker of something. Was it anger? Rage? As I faced the darkness, I realized I had to harness that anguish into something powerful, something that could shatter Alastair's grip on fear. "Now is not the time to waver," I yelled out, surprising even myself with the ferocity in my voice. The children huddled closer, determination etched across their young faces as they focused intently on the pulsating crystal. I felt the warmth radiating from it, charging the air around us with a life of its own, and it wrapped around me like a comforting embrace. But Alastair would not yield without a fight. Dark tendrils slashed through the air, snapping around us with a terrifying swiftness that startled me. One wrapped around my ankle, its icy fingers sending jolts of horror through my entire being. I gasped, the freezing touch seeping through my skin as it pulled, threatening to drag me into oblivion. "Fight it!" I screamed, struggling against the suffocating grip, clenching my teeth as I wrestled with the darkness. I could feel the hysteria creeping at the edges of my mind, urging me to succumb to the pull of despair. Faintly, I heard the children's chants rising above the chaos, their voices weaving through the shadows like a thread of light in an ocean of despair. With every ounce of willpower, I forced the darkness away, the crystal flaring brightly as I twisted and turned, breaking free from its grasp. I stumbled back, heart racing, but the momentary distraction only stoked the shadow's fury. Alastair roared, a sound so deep and primal it seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth beneath us. The shadows churned, pulling and pushing, creating a vortex that threatened to engulf everything. "Keep fighting! We can't give in!" I shouted, sensing the urgency in my voice. I locked eyes with the children, and seeing their brave faces ignited a fire within me. If they could stand strong against this darkness, so could I. The shadows shrieked, an unsettling harmony of despair that clawed at my sanity. But I steadied my breath and lifted the crystal, channeling all my fear, hope, and anger into its depths. I took a bold step forward, forcing the light to burst forth and scatter the encroaching darkness. It exploded like a supernova, illuminating the entire grove in a blinding radiance that flared against the void. Alaster screeched, twisting and screaming as the light seared its shadows, revealing fragmented faces caught in a maelstrom of anguish. They began to break apart, dissolving into thin air, reuniting with the light they had long been deprived of. But just when I thought victory was within grasp, I felt a wave of despair wash over me, heavier than any darkness I had faced. A pulse of shadow surged, pushing against the light, as if Alaster were feeding off the pain of every soul it had consumed. I could sense it growing stronger, feeding off the remnants of despair that lingered like shadows in the corners of my mind. It was willing to fight to the bitter end, and in the heart of that darkness, I saw a faint glimmer, a memory of my own fears, my own failures, things I had buried deep and wished to forget. Suddenly, the grove distorted around me. Shapes emerged from the shadows, figures cloaked in darkness, each one representing something I feared. I saw visions of my past mistakes, moments filled with regret that had haunted me. They twisted grotesquely, reaching out with clammy, shadowy hands, beckoning me to submit to my own despair. "You are weak," the voices wailed, blending into a cacophony that resonated deep within me. "You're fighting a losing battle. Surrender to us." Panic clawed at my throat. It would be so easy to give in, to let the weight of my guilt and fear pull me down. My resolve wavered, and I felt a chill creep under my skin as Alaster's presence shifted, feeding on my hesitation, trying to ensnare me in its web of despair. The darkness howled, celebrating its perceived victory as I stumbled backward, my grip on the crystal loosening ever so slightly. "Don't listen. It's a lie." I pushed back against the encroaching shadows, the memory of the children coursing through me like electricity, igniting the fire of determination. Their voices lifted me, not just as individuals, but as a chorus that sang of innocence and resilience. I forced myself to look at the darkness that loomed before me, those twisted shapes of my own making, and screamed, "You don't own me. I am stronger than you." The crystal blazed anew, erupting with light that expanded like a sun rising from the ashes. It pushed against the darkness with unrelenting force, illuminating the faces that continued to scream in anguish. But now, those faces began to shift. Among them, I saw familiar faces of those I had cherished, friends, family, each one trapped within Alaster's grasp for far too long. "Let them go," I howled, pouring every ounce of love I could muster into the crystal. With each pulse of light, I could feel a shift in the air, the shadows beginning to retreat, melting away like ice under sunlight. But Alaster wasn't finished. A final surge of darkness erupted, an angry storm of despair gathering its strength, coiling around me like an enormous serpent winding tighter. I could barely breathe as I fought against it. As darkness pressed in, I heard the children's whispers growing louder, their voices solidifying into a tangible strength that cut through my fear. "Together," I cried, holding the crystal upward. "Together we are unbreakable." With one last effort, we channeled our collective strength, the light intensifying. It formed an explosion of brilliance, scattering the darkness, pushing back the veil of despair. The heart of the storm began to weaken, Alaster howling in rage as its shadows twisted and turned, but I pressed on. In those final moments, something incredible happened. I felt an overwhelming energy surge from the very ground beneath us, as if the forest itself was awakening, joining our fight. The roots of ancient trees glowed as they absorbed the light, intertwining with the shadows and tearing them apart. Suddenly, I was not just battling Alaster. I stood with the spirits of the forest, liberated from their despair by the light we had created together. Sensing the power surge, I directed it towards the darkness, forming a barrier that encased Alaster, boxing it in like a wild animal desperate to claw its way free. "Now, finish this," I yelled, empowered by my allies in the fight. Those former souls lost to despair, now liberated by our light. But even in that moment of triumph, a tremor of fear coursed through me. What if this was merely a temporary reprieve? Battling Alaster meant confronting not just the darkness outside, but the darkness inside me. The shadows of my past, my regrets, the part of me that could easily succumb to despair. Yet, I realized that the light we carried was stronger than any fear I harbored. With hands trembling, I drew in a deep breath, letting the warmth of the light fill me until it flowed over, radiating outward in a massive surge that pushed back every last shadow. Alaster's screams echoed and twisted, fading into the distance as its form was drawn into the light, the barrier glowing brighter until the darkness disintegrated into nothingness. And in that climactic moment, just as I thought all was lost, I felt something shift. The shadows flowed back into the earth, no longer clawing at my mind, melting into the ground like mist at dawn. Slowly, a sense of peace enveloped us, the air clearing, the weight of despair lifting as the sunlight broke through the trees, spilling into the grove like liquid gold. I looked at the children and saw their breathless faces illuminated with awe and disbelief, hope returning to their eyes. We had done it together. We had faced the darkest corners of our fears and won. But deep in my heart, I knew this victory wasn't the end. The darkness could return, lurking in the shadows, waiting for another chance. I would have to remain vigilant, keep my light alive, and protect those who stood beside me. My journey wasn't over. This was but a chapter in an ongoing story, and in the silence that followed, I felt a chill settle in the air. The darkness might have retreated, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I glanced around the grove, searching for any sign of those shadows that had tried to claw their way back. The forest felt alive, a quiet hum echoing through the trees, whispering secrets and warnings. As I took a step forward, something flickered in the corner of my eye, an ethereal shape, so fleeting and fragile I almost missed it. My heart quickened at the sight, but when I turned to look, it disappeared into the shadows. "Did you see that?" I asked the children, but they shook their heads, eyes still bright with wonder. "Let's go," I said, gripping the crystal tightly, tension creeping back into my bones. "We need to get back." As we turned to leave, an uneasy silence enveloped us once more. The safety we had felt began to wane, and every rustle of leaves seemed to echo like a warning in the quiet dusk. Each step felt heavier, as if the darkness we had fought was lingering in the air, ready to emerge once again. And even as we walked away, I couldn't shake the feeling that Alaster was still out there, watching, waiting for the right moment to strike again. I steeled myself against the uncertainty. The fight had only just begun. With each step away from the altar, unease prickled at my skin like static electricity. The air hung thick and heavy, and as we ventured deeper into the woods, shadows felt alive, watching my every move. I could hardly shake the feeling that something was still out there, lurking just beyond the reach of our light. As we walked, branches creaked overhead, swaying gently as though whispering secrets to the dark. I turned to the kids, trying to keep my voice steady despite the chill creeping up my spine. "Stay close," I urged, glancing into the distance where the trees seemed to blend together into a darkened mass. "We need to keep together." They nodded, eyes wide, reflecting the hints of fear dancing like embers in the stillness. I could feel their small hands trembling next to mine, as if they shared the same unsettling awareness that hung in the air like an uninvited guest. Each crunch of leaves beneath our feet echoed louder than the last, the only sound punctuating the oppressive silence that enveloped us. Suddenly, a cold gust of wind whipped through the trees, and I heard a soft, almost indistinguishable sound. It was a faint whispering, like voices rising from the shadows, calling out with an eerie familiarity. The words were insensible, twisted and tangled, but there was no mistaking the tone, the kind that chilled one's bones, that darkened the heart. "Did you hear that?" one of the children asked, his voice trembling. "Quiet," I instructed, holding my breath. The whispering thickened. Shadows seemed to shift and coalesce, forming darker shapes among the trees. As I strained to listen, the whispers turned into a chorus, churning like a storm brewing. It twisted my thoughts and filled the air with an unsettling dread. I felt the weight of memories pressing down on me, shadows of the past clawing at the edges of my mind, threatening to pull me back into a void I thought I had escaped. I caught a fleeting glimpse of something just beyond the trees, a flash of movement, pale and gaunt like a specter, flickering in and out of view like an old film reel. My heart raced, panic clawing in my chest. "Stay close!" I bellowed, urgency lacing my tone as I yanked the kids closer to me. But the air grew heavier, filled with a suffocating tension as if the forest itself was clutching at our very souls. I could see shadows creeping beneath the roots, writhing like serpents eager to devour. From that darkness emerged a figure, its features obscured, cloaked in a flowing garment that shifted like smoke, inscrutable and unnatural. A cold sweat broke out along my brow, and I felt an instinctual urge to flee. "Run!" I shouted, yanking the kids forward, trying to break into a sprint despite the tightness in my throat. But as we turned to escape, we found that the path twisted and turned in unexpected directions, as if the woods themselves were reshaping to keep us ensnared. Branches hung low, clawing at our clothes, roots snagging at our feet, dragging us down as if the very ground resented our presence. All around, the whispering intensified, drowning out my thoughts, creeping beneath my skin like ice water. "Stop! Don't leave!" the voices begged, echoing my own fears. I recognized them, nameless faces lost to the darkness. I could sense that they were the ones whose cries had filled the night, wailing for help. "Please don't look," one child cried, stumbling as I turned back to grasp the hand of another, but I couldn't resist. I looked and my heart dropped. The figure drew closer, its shadow expanded, enveloping us like a wave of despair. The darkness solidified, revealing hollow eyes that glinted with malice. It was a face I could recognize, a reminder of pain buried deep, an embodiment of loss. The whispering grew louder, drowning out my thoughts, trying to drag me back to the depths of that crushing feeling. "Help us!" it moaned, and I felt a coldness wrap around me, an unbearable weight holding me in place. I could see the other shadows manifesting, unearthing memories long hidden, my failures, my fears, and they echoed around me, swirling like a tempest. "Listen to them," the voice urged, pleading, the accusations filling the space. "You can't escape what you are." I shook my head, fighting against the onslaught. "No, I won't," I screamed, but my voice felt small against the tide of sound. Then, in that desperate moment, the crystal began to pulse, glowing brighter than before, resonating with energy that felt alive. A flicker of hope ignited within me, and I lifted it high, feeling its warmth envelop us, countering the cold terror that threatened to swallow us whole. The shadows recoiled, hissing and shrieking, tightening around their former prisoners, battling against the light. I felt my heart race, the power of the light pulsing through my veins, urging me to fight back, to protect the children before me. "Hold on, just a little longer," I yelled, channeling every ounce of resolve, pushing the crystal forward, focusing on the faces of the children beside me. As the light erupted, it twisted and curled, arcing toward the shadows, unraveling their grip on our minds, scattering their forms. The faces of despair shattered like shards of glass, revealing brief glimpses of the people I thought I lost. And then, the ground shook violently beneath us, sending shockwaves through the forest. Trees creaked and groaned, their branches snapping under the pressure, and I screamed, desperately searching for an escape path as the darkness pressed in closer. The shadowy form of a laster materialized again, relentless, vapor-like tendrils stretching out, seeking to ensnare us in its grasp once more. "No!" I cried, stepping back in fear as it approached, but I couldn't back down now. I had the light, I had to trust it. The air roared around us, and I heard the whispers merging into a singular wail, echoing through the hollow space, threatening to drown me beneath its weight. "You can't fight it. Come join us," it urged sweetly, coaxingly, the desire to give and clawing at my sanity. But the memory of the children's faces grounded me. Couldn't give in. "We are light," I shouted, channeling everything I had into the crystal. The glow exploded, knocking the shadows back momentarily, and I felt the forest itself responding, swirling with the warmth of the light. Yet, the darkness roared back, a tempest of fury coiling and twisting, pressing against the light, searching for any weakness. I closed my eyes tightly, summoning every ounce of willpower to support my resolve. I could feel it deep within me, a fire, a glow, something that neither Alastor nor its shadowy minions could extinguish. But just as I felt we were gaining the upper hand, the shadows erupted anew, more chaotic, screaming with rage. They whipped around us, claws of darkness clawing at our bodies, pulling us back toward the abyss, and the terror of being consumed sent a cold wave down my spine. "Fight! Don't give in!" I shouted into the chaos, my heart racing. "We can't lose! Not now!" Together, we channeled our fear into anger, and with a final pulse of courage, the light surged, ripping through the shadows like a blade, creating a sanctuary against the darkness. But then I felt it. The cold seeped back in, a creeping dread that pulled at my consciousness, whispering my weaknesses. "We'll come back for you. You're never free." And with that, a chilling realization settled deep within me. Alastor might have been vanquished today, but it left behind echoes of itself, a remembrance of its presence pulsing through the woods. I glanced back at the children, hope flickering in their eyes, but my heart trembled as I wondered if I could truly protect them in this haunted environment. The forest was alive, but with every step, I sensed it teetering on the brink of darkness, waiting, watching, ready to lure us back into its embrace. Then, with a thundering roar, the very trees around us began to shift, coiling and curling, as if breathing under an unnatural breath. It felt like something ancient was awakening, stirring to life in response to our conflict. "Run!" I urged once more, adrenaline surging as we darted down the path, the forest closing in around us with each hurried step. It felt as though the trees were whispering secrets now, a low hum vibrating through the air, carrying both dread and allure. The shadows behind me began to swell, reaching for us, clawing for purchase in the air. I could sense their anger, vengeful and haunting. "You can't escape," those voices hissed as they congealed into darker masses, writhing like snakes. And as I glanced back, I saw them. It was not just Alastor I faced, but a legion of tormented souls willing to drag us back into the night. "Keep running," I shouted, leading the charge down a path that twisted and turned, hoping against hope that it would lead us out of this nightmare. But behind us, the wails of the shadows echoed, intertwining with the whispers of my fears. I could feel the shadows closing in, as if they were aware of our panic, feeding off it, laughing with malicious fervor. My heart raced. I could barely process whether I was sprinting away from them or toward my own impending doom. All I knew was that I had to protect the children, no matter the cost. "Don't look back!" I hollered, pulling the crystal closer to my heart. It still glowed brightly, a beacon of hope, the last shreds of light pushing against the darkness. Suddenly, one of the children tripped, stumbling to the ground with a gasp. I quickly dropped to my knees, grasping his hand. "Get up!" I urged, fear igniting my voice. Just as I pulled him back up, I felt the shadows swirl around us, breathing down my neck as despair seeped into the crevices of my mind. The figure became clearer now, swirling tendrils of darkness beckoning us closer, promising safety but knowing it only wanted to ensnare us within its depths. "You're never alone," the voice echoed, thick and slow, wrapping around the words like chains. "You can be free of the burden." "No," I whispered fiercely, my grip tightening around the crystal. "We choose our own path." With every ounce of strength, I tore through the darkness, pulling the child along with me, thrusting the crystal into the abyss. The light flared, piercing through the suffocating shadows, but its glow began to flicker as doubts settled in the pit of my stomach. "Look at what you've lost," the voices taunted, melding into a chorus of my greatest regrets. "You're not strong enough to protect them." I stumbled as their words gnawed at my resolve, and the shadows closed in, growing denser and more suffocating. I could hear the wretched cries of the tortured souls echoing in my ears. For a moment, it felt like the darkness was winning, drawing me into its embrace, whispering sweetly that giving in would be easier. My resolve teetered on the edge, and I felt the light within me tremble in response. But just when I felt the suffocating grip of despair, as if it would consume me, I felt the children's hands intertwined with mine. Their warmth spread through me like a wildfire, igniting the last flickers of my hope. "We have to keep going," I shouted, pulling them close again, fighting against the deepening shadows. The energy surged back, a bright light pushing through like dawn breaking upon an endless winter. I focused on the love I felt for them. That unyielding desire to protect them burned even brighter than any shadow could ever snuff out. "Together, we fight," I declared, and as the light swelled and spread, I led the charge forward. The darkness receded momentarily, revealing a trail beneath our feet, brightened by sheer determination and hope, our bonds unbroken even under the crushing weight of fear. But as we ran, I couldn't shake the feeling that Alastair still lingered, a predator watching from the shadows, waiting for the moment we might falter again. As we raced through the woods, the sound of whispering shadows intensified, a cacophony of desperate cries merging into a bone-chilling symphony. I could hear the persistent echoes of the past clawing at my sanity, mingling with the children's whimpers beside me. Each step felt heavier, like the ground was trying to pull us back into the depths of despair. Just when I thought we had gained distance, a chilling breeze swept through the trees, carrying with it a putrid smell of decay that gripped my throat. The children stumbled as the ground shuddered beneath us like a living thing, roots and vines stretching out like hands, desperate to snag our ankles and drag us down. I fought to keep moving, my heart hammering in my chest, and I could feel the shadows swirling around us, tasting our fear, hungry for despair. "Run!" I shouted, but my voice faltered as the whispers blended into a terrifying roar. Ahead of us loomed a twisted tree, gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal fingers draped in a veil of darkness. It was as though it had been waiting for us, a sinister sentinel keeping watch for lost souls. A nightmarish feeling washed over me. The tree seemed to pulse with malevolence, absorbing the fear in the air. "It's just a tree," I whispered to myself, but the tremor in my voice betrayed me. Instinctively, I pulled the children behind me, shielding them from whatever might emerge from that ominous shelter. But as we passed, we heard it, a low groan, like a dying man's last breath. An instinctual chill crawled up my spine, and I dared to glance back. The shadows merged, forming a grotesque shape, twisting and shifting like they were in agony. I realized I was witnessing the tortured remnants of lost souls, their faces contorted in eternal suffering, reaching out to us with empty hands, pleading for the salvation they never found. Just then, the ground shook violently, and the darkness surged, rushing toward us like a tidal wave. The echoes of despair grew louder, drowning out my thoughts. "Stay together," I shouted, clutching the children's hands tightly, adrenaline surging through every nerve as we stumbled backward, trying not to trip over the roots that seemed alive beneath us. "Please don't leave us," the shadows hissed, their voices wrapping around us like vines. "You belong to us." Every word felt like a knife in my gut, scraping at the edges of my courage. My breath caught in my throat as I felt the shadows tugging at my very being, dragging me toward that stillness, promising a relief that felt so tempting. I steeled myself, forcing my feet forward, knowing that surrendering meant giving in to the darkness that had haunted me for so long. The crystal began to flicker in my hand, dimming like it was losing its fight against the oncoming storm. Then, with a mix of desperation and determination, I raised it high, shouting, "We are not afraid. The scream of the shadows rose to a deafening level, echoing through the trees as if the entire forest was protesting my defiance. Shadows wailed, scrambling backwards from the light that burst forth, illuminating the dark with an otherworldly glow. The oppressive weight of despair began to lift, but not without a final, desperate grasp. Just as I thought we had managed to break free, a laster reemerged, its face more grotesque than before, swirling and contorting in furious rage. "Flee!" it roared, the sound reverberating through the trees like thunder. Its form elongated, morphing into a nightmare, eyes burning with an unholy fire. I could feel the pull of its darkness, the temptation to give and wrapping around me like chains, promising to release me from the burden of fear. But just as despair began to coil around my heart, I looked at the children. Their wide eyes, filled with fear but also with trust, fueled me with an unyielding resolve. "Together," I reiterated, my voice echoing through the trees as the light flared up again, pure and untainted. The shadows writhed and screamed, thrashing against the encroaching light. But with all my strength, I pressed forward, dragging the children behind me. The crystal ignited with a brilliance that ripped through the darkness, illuminating the twisted landscape around us. Suddenly, the world twisted like an acid dream, the trees swaying wildly in response, shadows retreating into the depths they came from. And just as suddenly, silence fell. The howling ceased, the whispers faded into oblivion, leaving us in a strange, hollow stillness that felt almost unnatural. I looked around, breathing heavily, my heart pounding in my chest like a war drum. The children were still clinging to me, their eyes reflecting the fading remnants of fear. But as I turned to face the path ahead, what I saw made my blood run cold. The trees had closed in, forming a thick wall of dark bark, each one twisted and warped, roots writhing and reaching out as if they were alive. What now? I thought, newly terrified of being trapped once again. That's when I heard it, the faintest sound of laughter, sweet and soft, drifting through the air like a song. But it was wrong, so utterly wrong. I froze, my heart racing as the giggles echoed through the twisted branches, and from the darkness emerged silhouettes of twisted figures, children pale and hollow-eyed, trapped within the depths of their own despair. "No, not again," I gasped, holding up the crystal in panic. But it flickered, struggling to maintain its light. Even though the light fought valiantly, I felt a crushing sense of hopelessness press down on me. "Come play with us," their hollow voices called, taunting and sweet, pulling me closer, begging me to join their oblivion. The world around me transformed into a swirling abyss as I felt myself drawn toward them. The shadows, the whispers promising peace that felt so enticing. But just as I felt myself drifting into that embrace, I remembered the warmth of my own children. I couldn't abandon them. With one final act of defiance, I roared, "No, I am light." The energy surged back, a brilliant wave radiating throughout me, breaking the grip of the shadows. The light exploded outward, engulfing the figures around us, creating a barrier of hope and warmth. With that last surge, the shadows recoiled, shrieking as they were pulled back into the darkness with a final wail, their laughter fading into silence. Reality spun around me until I collapsed to my knees, gasping for breath. The terrified faces of the children stared back at me, wide eyes filled with disbelief and relief. Together we had fought, together we had triumphed. But deep down, I knew it was not truly over. The shadows were always lurking, and though we had won this battle, Alastair's darkness would forever haunt the corners of my mind. The forest felt alive, but it was a fragile piece, one that could easily be disturbed. As we slowly made our way through the trees, the last remnants of the nightmare faded into the twilight, yet the weight of uncertainty lingered. I was forever changed, marked by what I had faced, and the shadows would always whisper, reminding me of the day I had battled darkness with the light within. But I would not forget. The struggle was real. The darkness would continue to swirl around me. But I would keep moving, keep fighting, for the children beside me, for the hope that in the end, it was the light that would always prevail. And as we emerged from the woods, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced with every step we took. The forest loomed behind us, dark and brooding, but the flame within me would not be easily extinguished. With my head held high, I stepped forward, ready to face whatever lay ahead.